Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, June the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Green Trades. And maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same for me. Can you hear me and see my screen? Wow. So lots of action already this morning. But before we get into RGS, and, they had some news. Is there just really dive into this is a better headline, I guess. So they're replacing their debt with something else, and they say they're going to save about $7 million a year in cash interest annually, which for I guess this company is pretty big. So anyway, RGS, 2 million in the float. I guess they did a reverse split not that long ago. Just absolutely exploding on this news. Now, should it be up this high, 200% on that news? Probably not. Doesn't matter what we think, though. Thank you, Raul, in our YouTube room. Man. So I have to take a look at Milagro or MLGO from yesterday, guys. I left it around 2:30, and wow, look at this move. It went from about $9, and then what time is that? That's the 4 o'clock candle. 1640. It pulled back. Still looks interesting, because the next high looking left is $15. Okay, $15. So, and it did get up there. It got up to 16 in the pre-market, 1580 in the pre-market. So it may. I know it's down 16%, but you never know. But what a move! And now we've replaced MLGO with RGS today. The problem with RGS is that MLGO, if you look at MLGO from yesterday, it started down here, down in the $5 level, and then it rose to the 16. RGS, it's already so extended right now. So I don't know what sort of opportunity it's going to give us to trade. And it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, one we might want to keep an eye on is SEDG. So the news I read is that I had a major customer declare bankruptcy. So there's that. I think they've done some kind of a financing also. So I don't know if this is, though, a tremendous overreaction to all of that. It's down 18%. It's in the solar sector, of course, but TAN is not. So it's not like the overall solar market is going down today. So SEDG, so might want to look at this for a bit of a bounce. Maybe somebody, William, I know you usually do bios, but maybe do an analysis of this company to see whether or not they don't say, well, for instance, they don't say how big this company was that is filing for bankruptcy. Oh, well, wait a minute now. Okay, a customer that owes the company $11.4 million. So they don't actually. So it is PM&M Electric. So they're owed 11.4, which is probably not going to happen. So there is that. They also say they're doing to offer $300 million of convertible senior notes in a private offering. So there's that. That is SEDG. Now, okay, I think what's happened here, guys, this is probably a reverse split that has not been accounted for. Yeah, that's my guess. I don't know what's going on with this one. Yeah, they're doing a 1 for 150 reverse split. So this is not up 13,000%. Give me a moment. So what I'm going to do is just going to do a little trick here. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, so what I'm going to do, okay, so this should disappear in a bit because, this is obviously, it just has not been adjusted for the reverse split, the 1 for 150 reverse split. So let's keep going anyway. NNE, guys, just another day in the life of NNE, up another 17%. Man, oh man, from 389 not that long ago. And I see there's a price target. Benchmark's putting a $39 price target on it. No, WVE was up. I've deleted it from the big gainers up list. It was up. This reminds me of the one from yesterday, the other bio from yesterday. It's sort of the same thing and actually went negative. And LRHC. So it has pulled back a little bit. So they made an announcement. Yeah. So they've got this white label proprietary AI system. Okay, that's their that's their news. And if you recall of this one, have to look out for the next one, guys. Company that said they were going to do a financing. 3 days later, they canceled it. Stock exploded. So they drove the stock price down. Well, I don't want to say it like that because, I don't want to get sued, but okay, the stock price cratered on the financing news. It's possible that some might have picked it up at this 59-cent level. And then the company announces 3 days later, we're not going to do it. Stock pops. And it is really kind of continued ever since then. Corz, CORZ, guys, this was up. Not sure why. It's got to be, yeah. It's probably in the excluded symbols list. Not in the excluded symbols list, but it's something else that's blocking it. And one of the symbol lists that I use here to exclude, and CORZ must be showing up there. CORZ, whereas CRZZ is not. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, CRZZ, this looks like some kind of a warrant, perhaps. But CORZ, and how much is this trading? Yeah, 40,000. And CORZ, I'm sure is trading a lot more. Yeah, 1.4 million. After the company announced its first option contract with CoreWeave, etc., Wainwright maintaining a buy rating, raising its price target from $5 to $11. Yeah, all I have to do, Kevin, is this. So if you can hear me and see my screen, just right click and go to time frame. Okay, go to time frame. So I'll do it quickly. So right click on your tree map, go to time frame, set record count, and you can raise it. You probably got it only at 6. You can raise it to 100, raise it to 50, whatever you want. Okay. Now that's interesting though. If you're saying your top list shows a bunch, that doesn't make sense. The top list should well see what it says anyway in the record count number one, because the tree map is just built based on the top list. That's it. So it's just based on this. So unless you've got some other filter in there, that's. But if you've got a bunch of them in the top list, but see if that works. So let me get this straight. You right click, you click on time frame, you click on time frame, you set record count, and there's a number there. You trying to tell me you cannot add? Now, are you in the are you oh, okay, are you in the channel or are you using mine? Are you using mine? My pre are you using my pre-market actives up? I have no idea then. Sorry, I have no idea. If you cannot bump that number up, you've mystified me. Seriously. You can't bump that number up. I mean, watch, I can just change it to 50 if I want. I have it at 100 right now. And I say, okay, and that's it. I really don't know, Kevin, then. I'm not sure how. When you say no number, right click, time frame, set record count, max record count, box should pop up. Are you connected? I mean, that's the only other thing I can think of. Do you have a green ball? Oh, say you were able to, okay. And you're using mine. Well, maybe it's corrupted. Try loading mine again, okay? Maybe it's corrupted. I really don't have an explanation. So if you go to my home page or click on account and do reset connection, maybe do that. But if you go to my home page, scroll down to the scan section, and then try it again. Load my pre-market actors up. Maybe something's going on. XAir guys, now this could be interesting. XAir, okay? XAir is an earnings play. In fact, I wonder if it's already bounced. Not yet. Okay, so XAir is an earnings play, and it's been hammered down 25%. Maybe look for a bounce on this one. There you go. So William has done a great little analysis of SEDG. Okay, thank you for that. So yeah, so that's why I thought maybe it's not like they're. So what are we at now? $27. So yeah, and there's some companies coming in here. Yeah, 38 price target. JP Morgan, $49 price target. This is all after this news that came out. Scotiabank, $46 price target. So let's see now. Still watch? Are you asking me or anybody else? Oh, well, I mean, obviously MLGO can still be watched. I mean, it's down, but it's down 14%. But a lot of that is because it had this high right at the very end of the day. It hit 1585 in the pre-market. So I mean, it has to be watched. I don't know what's going to do, but it should still be watched, I guess. Only problem is for me, it's not shortable. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Should rephrase that. Hive is an earnings play. HIVE is an earnings play. Now, Bitcoin. Should have mentioned Bitcoin, guys. Yeah, so Bitcoin's having a bit of a pop here. IBIT. You can see IBIT. So I know it dipped down below 60,000 yesterday, but it is now above it, around 61,000, a little over 61,000. I don't know if this has anything to do with it. I was reading this news. Standard Chartered to launch Bitcoin Ethereum trading day or trading desk as ETF outflow continues. Why it matters. Um, these, yeah, they said banks such as Goldman Sachs have been involved in trading cryptocurrency derivatives for years. However, stringent regulations have prevented them from directly dealing in the underlying assets. So I guess this allows them to do that. So I don't know if that's the reason. It's one of the first global banks to enter the spot cryptocurrency trading arena. I don't know if that's the reason for the crypto rise today, or there's some other reason, or just enough is enough. That's some bottom fishing. A little. I hate to call it bottom fishing. It's not like this is absolutely cratered. Anyway, yeah, CCL. So yeah, our provider had earnings now, but so this is a profit forecast. Yeah, so it's supposed to release earnings after hours. So this is a forecast, I guess, what conditioning the market. I know we have pre-market, so it may as well be an earnings play right now, okay? Because they're basically forecasting things are going to be pretty rosy. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. So the market's in for a nice positive open to start. So let's take a look at some of the major sectors. Meanwhile, LRHC is making new highs. Yep, I was muted. Yeah, I mute when I load because my computer goes a little crazy when I load something like that. Anyway, bottom line is, guys, is that yeah, there was no outlier that I could see. Some stock that was sort of running counter to its sector. Sector is down, one stock is way up, or vice versa. Could not find any like that. And meanwhile, LRHC has now made another pre-market high, or it had. So, I mean, it's getting even close to the high of 4 days ago. Yeah, 4 days ago, got up to 290 ish. So, wait a minute. Did they really release then? Did CCL really release? Okay, well, maybe our provider was right. Let me see if I can delete that message I wrote to her, the guys who look after this. Anyway, look at CCL. I mean, that's a big. Now, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust that it's going to maintain. I may be completely wrong. Let's take a look at RCL. My guess is that RCL is popping also, just as a sympathy play. When do they release? They don't release until well, oh, next July, in July. So about a month from now. And how about NCLH? And CLH, I'm sure they're probably doing the same thing. Another sympathy play. And how about Viking? Viking sort of has joined this sector, VIK. See if they're popping a little bit, not much volume. But I just don't trust it. I just don't trust that these are going to, or CCL is going to maintain. But this looks pretty good, I have to admit. When I see a headline like that, ended second quarter with 4.6 billion of liquidity. So, well, I mean, if it wants to keep going, then the next high is 1707, 1703. So it's at that level right now. I'm looking at a weekly chart. But after that, you've got a level of 1768 is the next high. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is get the layout. No, wait a bit. No, wait a bit. Get the layout that I'm going to use once the market opens, but I'll wait just a little bit. I agree. Perfect. They're so unpredictable. Yeah. So, Captain Para, you better go and sit in the corner for a while after giving me erroneous information about the earnings release of CCL. What happens is I usually, well, not usually, I actually let the guys know at Trade Ideas that we had a wrong date for that. So, but maybe they didn't read it too early for a lot of them. So I just deleted it. Now I didn't mention VLCN. I did not mention it. It's way under. Okay, my eyes are obviously blurry. I'm sorry, guys. I thought that was 59 cents. Okay, so VLCN, crazy low float, 250,000 in the float. I don't know if that. Let's. I want to check another source and just see if we're close. Yeah, we're close. 320,000, 350,000. I mean, it's in the ballpark. So very low float, VLCN. I don't see any news on it. I'm looking my Interactive Brokers headlines. Do not see any news on it. And a ton of volume. So this could go crazy, guys. I mean, I know it's already up 53%, but who knows? Maybe this will be the MLGO today because it's starting out a lot lower and it has room to run. Now, before I say that, let me take a look at MLGO from yesterday and see. Yeah, so you see, it had more room. Little areas. I mean, that was the first area to get through the 650. The next area is $7. Of course, then 945. You can see though that it had some gaps on the daily chart that it could get to. VLCN is not exactly the same look. What do I mean by that? So there's a high right there, 435. So it's above that high. Maybe I'm wrong. There's a high right there of 692. Okay, well, listen, I mean, the next high is 692 or 605. So 605 is the next high in the daily chart. And then there's one at 723. So there is some room. And then, the next one is, God, sorry, guys, I'm having a tough time. There's a high right there of 723. There's a high right there of 605. So I am right. 605 and then 723. Okay. So there is a little bit of room for it, VLCN. And I don't see any news. And now I will get the layout I'm going to use once this market opens. Ah, the pin still. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, thank you, William. So less than a minute to this open, everybody. And let's have a great trading day today. Now, again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And again, if you have our AI, okay, here's what all I would do is just make sure you have this window open, okay? Click on new from the toolbar, pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is what you're going to see. No alerts until at least 9:40. That's by design. And I also would make sure in the filter box, make sure it says none as a little drop down. If you have anything checked, I would uncheck it so you can see the alerts all day long, regardless of whether they're profitable or not. Okay, that's what I would do anyway. And we're open now. Kroger. Okay, I had a price alert set for them last week. Okay, guys. So I'm looking to see. So there's RGS just made a new high, I believe. Not a pre-market high. Now it's starting to drop a bit. Pre-market high was up around 16. And LRHC is making now. This is making a high, and it took out the pre-market high. So extended, so extended. And we have our first halt of the day, guys. GRAL. Grail completes the spinoff from Illumina. Trades as Grail, GRAL. So this is trading as GRAL. You can see it started trading in the pre-market as GRAL. So this is the spinoff from Illumina. CRDO, guys, CRDO on the move here. CRDO on the move. Almost a lifetime high. Basically a lifetime high. I mean, I think that's it right over here. 29.89. That is a lifetime high. So it's almost there. And that is CRDO. Oops. All right. Well, there's LRHC taking out that, well, approaching that high of 4 days ago. But it is early. All right. So this is an AI play now for LRHC, as mentioned in the pre-market. I'm not sure I really mentioned EVNX, guys. EVNX. This was flying high also. I know it's on my list. Pulled back a bit. So what did it pull to? The VWAP is 14, guys. So it's right at the VWAP. Okay. And it is not a low float, 143 million in the float. Their news was they're going to be delivering high performance. We get the other high performance high performance batteries for mixed reality headset. That so they've signed an agreement with an unnamed California-based technology company. Boy, this has been a sneaky good one too, guys. The SLNH can be a little bit spready during the day, but SLNH has been, look at the run it's been on. 3 weeks ago, this was 237. We're up at 754 now. It looks like it develops cryptocurrency mining facilities. Okay. So I think that's probably the big news or the reason it's moving. So it's sort of like IREN, I guess. Okay, guys, I did see this in the pre-market. WENA, WENA. This is, I guess, it started trading yesterday as WENA, and Yeah, so this was a SPAC. Okay, that's what happened. So this was a SPAC, RWOD. It was a SPAC that turned into WENA, WENA. In the pre-market, it got up to 278 or so. Meanwhile, RGS, yeah, RGS is, I'm surprised, well, not a surprise. It looks like it's not trading right now. Well, there you go. That's RGS just got halted. All right, so Grail, GRAL, moved down off that halt. Once valued at around $7 billion, this cancer blood test developer, Grail, I wonder what it's valued at now. I don't know how many shares are outstanding. Probably less than 7 billion. All right, guys, there goes the ENVX. Try to get it. Try to get it right here. I did not get it. Moved too quickly for me. ENVX. Now I'm going to see if it takes out the pre-market high, which is around 1492. I know I was making a bit of a. Normally, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes, but it's an eye-catching headline. LRA. This is, man, oh man. I wonder how much money these people made when it was down here, piled into it 50 cents. Well, I mean, look, the next high is 554, 8 million in the float. It's above last week's high now, 292. Well, just for fun, let's take a look at RGS and where it could open. Okay, so first time I'm displaying this blue screen. This is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price for RGS, 1546. This column is going to give you a bit of a glimpse as to where it could open. And you can see this changes, numbers change. Doesn't mean it's going to open at 1580. And again, if you're unfamiliar with halts and stuff, usually there are 5-minute halts. Okay, so this halted at 936. So if it is, that'll be opening at 941 plus 11 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. That's typically what they are. All right, guys, VLCN. Oh, man. So there's your high. 723 is your next high. And then after that, and it just got halted. Just got halted. And there's the EVNX, which I didn't get. All right, so VLCN just got halted. I mean, this could literally be the craziest one of them all because of that float. zero out the practice account or back to, yeah, I think you'll have to, you can create another account if you want, but if you go to info@trade-ideas.com, I'll give you you can ask somebody to do it. I can't do it for you. Okay. I can't do it for you, but somebody can do it for you. Well, there's RGS, guys. Wow, wow, wow. So it came out of the halt, but I'm more interested in this one. I mean, look at this VLCN. Look at where it could open. 850. Now, if it does that, now, I mean, that, look at it. I mean, it's halted at 713, opens at 850 or anywhere close to that. Where could it keep going? I'm going to have to back this weekly chart out to see the next high. I mean, the next high in the weekly chart is 983, and then 1760. This is this. I mean, believe it or not, I mean this could do it. I don't see any news on it, but again, that doesn't mean you pile into this. Okay. All right. Now with the VLCN, yeah, again, I don't see any news on it. Electric outdoor power sports vehicles. So that's their sector. At least that's what we have as their sector. So 940. So it should open at 9:45 plus 1 second. Meanwhile, RGS, yeah, I mean, he's just continuing to move here, guys. But I'm really interested in this VLCN once it comes out of its halt and see what it does. And it's because of the insanity of the float, really. I mean, we got 250,000. I think Draw said it, or Casa said it was 320,000, 380, whatever it is. It's super low, low, low. Okay. I mean, anything under a million is crazy low. And look at the volume. I mean, 5.6 million of trade. That's 1,500 times normal right now as we speak. All right, guys, maybe in 10 seconds, maybe in 10 seconds. Still says 850, 850. All right, one now. All right, well, rather anticlimactic because it did not open. I'm going to give it a few more seconds. Sometimes it's seconds later. No. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, typically there are multiples of 5. So this could be a 10-minute halt. Which, if you're in it right now, you don't really want that because it gives it a chance for this number to start to float down. I mean, it doesn't have to happen like that, but could go higher. So we just have to wait another little less than 5 minutes to see if it opens. No, I did not take this one. This is WVE is not an all-time low. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, now this one just got halted on the way up. Grail, GRAL, just got halted on the way up. So this could, again, here is the potential of the open. So it's halted at 1667, potentially opening at 1689. No, Marty, it may be an option. I don't think I'm. You mean this? This is just time and sales, or this is just the. You don't see this NBBO? I think it might be an option. I don't mean an option. Well, an option. I don't think you have to pay for it. Yeah, do you have that? That little display? Maybe you have to check that. Okay. Yeah, then I don't know, Marty. I don't. I can't help you. I have no idea. I've had, a broken record on this. I've had IB for 8 years. I haven't changed a thing in 8 years. So I don't even know what I did 8 years ago. But I don't think I have to pay anything extra for that. But I don't know. Maybe it's just a formatting. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's a formatting of it. Wow, look at this 9 now. I mean, okay, what time is it now? We're getting a little bit closer. 9:50. 9:50 plus a second if it's a 10-minute halt. All right, let me take a look at some of these early races also as I wait to see if this VLCN opens at 9:50. So here's CPOP, guys. CPOP. Didn't see this in the pre-market. It wasn't really active in the pre-market. Okay, guys. Maybe 10 seconds for a VLCN. All right. Man, this is going to be a longer halt, it looks like. Meanwhile, the price keeps going higher. The suggested price coming out of the halt keeps going higher now. So maybe it's going to be a 15-minute halt, guys. Normal, but Wow, SLNH guys, look at this one move now. And I can talk about it now. We had an alert from our AI at 779, and now it's $8. Let's see if it maintains this action all day. Okay, well, this resumed. GRAL did resume. So I do see that Sedge had a bit of a bounce, but now it's being wiped out by that red bar. Yeah, Wow was right. I mean, it was so extended, but it is just getting extendeder and extendeder for RGS. I guess saving $7 million a year in interest payments is a big deal for this company. Yeah, only if you've got shorts available, PJ. I don't have shorts available for RGS at Interactive Brokers. All right. Well, okay. 9:55. Let's see if this opens at 9:55. Oh, there we go. MLGO just got halted on the way up, guys. The one from yesterday. So this just got halted on the way up. This may not be over. I mean, it did hit 1580 in the pre-market. Post-market, or at 4 o'clock, it hit 1636 or so. What a run it had at the end of the day. Well, had a great run all day, and then a a more impressive run at the end of the day. And where could this open? Well, there's your halt at 1394, potential open at 15. Okay. That is for the MLGS. I'm sorry, MLGO. Again, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, the blue screen. And the reason I always have to repeat is I get emails from people saying, hey, I saw that blue screen. Where is it in trade ideas? And so I have to answer them. So more than likely, if you can probably hear me, so you don't have to send that email. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the VLCN. Will it open? Will it open? And the answer is, come on. Boy, they're really delaying the opening of this one. Meanwhile, NNE is just making another new high for the day, guys. NNE, another new high for the day. And you can see it was an AI alert yesterday. It was an AI alert 3 days ago. It was an AI alert yesterday, and it is an AI alert today from our AI. All right, guys, ENVX looks right to me. The high right there is 1514. Okay. And it has room, I believe. Yeah, it's got room on the weekly chart. All right, here's another probably crazy one. No, not crazy. Okay, VSEE just got halted on the way down. Looks like it started trading. Maybe this was a SPAC that looks like it started trading in the pre-market, which is usually the clue that this was a SPAC. Yeah, it's a yeah. So trading as VSEE, or maybe this is still the. I don't know. I can't tell anymore. Maybe this is the SPAC still. Wow, guys, ENVX, ENVX, yippee. Okay, ENVX did it. As we still wait for this, well, okay, first of all, take a look at MLGO. So you can see how this, remember that's at 15. So now it's drifting down to that halt price. And when can this open? 9:58 plus 29 seconds. So could be in 7 seconds from now as this will open. And open it did. Over 14, over 14. Man, look at NNE, guys. I mean, it's just rippage, rippage, rippage here. And analysts are starting to pile into this one. Well, I only see one right now, benchmark with a $39 price target. And you can see this is an alpha stock. Look what it's doing. Look what the market is doing. Okay. That's what we always want to try to find, the alpha stocks that don't really care about what the market's doing. And a trade ideas, we can certainly find them. All right, it opened. It opened and it did not even come close to what I was hoping it might do. So, and it looks like it's going to get halted again. Yeah, I just got halted again. Yeah, it's too high. Yeah, I just can't get it. I was hoping it might dip and then pop. Not even close. Halted again. VLCN is halted again. You know what? I forgot to mention all this. We got a lot of people talking today, and I guess at 10 o'clock we had some. So let's see what we've got today. So 10 o'clock, consumer confidence. Okay, that was at 10 o'clock. So that might have caused the. Well, we've got the green bar forming, and we have the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index at 10 o'clock. We have one of the. So here the Fed presidents are talking. 12 o'clock, Cook. We have an auction, a 69 billion 2-year note auction at 1 o'clock, and then at 2:15 we have Bowman talking. Okay, so 10 o'clock we've got the consumer confidence and the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index happening right now. Okay, guys, let me take. I know there's other stuff. Well, like the C-pop, I had the C-pop up here. Wow, what a pop! No kidding. Was that 140? That was from the race earlier. This could be a crazy one. This WENA, WENA, we have no float on it. It just started trading as WENA, I guess, yesterday, WENA. I mean, in the pre-market, it got up to 277. I'm going to stick an alert around 207 and see if it takes that out. And C-pop is popping, guys. Again, I don't know if there's any news on this one. The China stock, I have no idea what the news is, if there is any, or it's just some group somewhere, 3.2 million in the float. Okay, guys, Chewy, that was timely. Chewy, CHWY. If you can hear my dog in the background. Yeah, so this is making, again, from ever since its earnings play right here, it has just been really, really steadily up. Paused for a few days, but it's been steadily up. Maybe it's soon. If it's now this is looking like it's going to open lower, which I would love. Well, no, I shouldn't say. If you're in it, obviously I want it to open as high as possible for you, but some kind of a pullback because it still has a ton of room. Look at that high right there, 24. High right there, 17. High right there is 983. So yeah, it takes out if it if it somehow takes out 983. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, look at NNE. All right, guys, VLCN. No news that I can see. I mean, they on June 11th they got a notice from NASDAQ, so they had a delisting problem. Now, I've only taken one. I've only taken one trade, and that's the ENVX. But I'm getting can't get it. Halted again. Son of a! It just got halted again. Oh well, there'll be another one, guys. I don't not necessarily today like this, but there will be another one. So not going to get too bent out of shape about it. But yeah, try to get it just on the 10 break. But it might be a good thing. I mean, look at this, 9:59. So maybe it's going to be a good thing. So this is this market that they're in, the green hydrogen market. This is the market, I guess, that NNE is in. Expected to reach 30 billion by 2030. Welcome, Story Sons and Daughters G Babies. So it's quite the pseudonym you've got there. Welcome. Well, okay, this is what they do. Okay, and I mean, this is what they do. They're micro reactors. So I guess they can like little call them portable reactors. And I guess they're talking about this green hydrogen market projected to reach, and I'm assuming they're in this sector. Oh man! Meanwhile, MLGO just got halted on the way up. Also, wow! What a guys! I love people who say the market's dull, boring, because they're looking at the big guys. I'm not sure the big guys are boring today. Let's take a look at Nvidia. I'm going to go NVDL. I'm pretty sure that based on what the NAS is doing, yeah. So Nvidia is having a day. It's funny. Okay, okay, hello guys. This is, you know what? I almost want to just take this and hold it for, until 2030. Same sector in theory as NNE. Okay, it's just sort of obviously lagging. The development of fission reactors, clean energy, etc., fast fission power plants. All right. So what I'm waiting for in this one is to get a clean break of 10. So I'm going to stick an alert at around Maybe 10, 15 or so. 10, 15. I want to see a clean break at 10 and see if that happens later. And see, as long as NNE continues. And I can't be the only one looking at this one. Okay. So I don't, when I say, talking about you guys in the room, but I mean in the world, okay, for OKLO and wondering, because they did an IPO back here, but, it's been resting, resting, resting for weeks now. Meanwhile, VLCN just exploded out of the halt. What is the float for this NNE? Yeah, that's one of the reasons, of course. 15.6 million in the float. It's a very low float. OKLO, a little bit bigger. 69 million. So four times, well, 4.5 times the size. VLCN. I mean, you hear me talk about the float all the time. If you're new to all this and you hear me talk about the float all the time, so there's the float for VLCN. We've got 250,000. Others are saying 320,000. That is insanely low, okay? That's the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So when there is interest in a stock that has a low float, so look at this. I mean, it's traded 7.8 million shares with only that float. So it's traded the float many times over. So high demand, low supply. This is what can happen. Stock can go up 200%, 300%, 400%. And that's what happened with the MLGO yesterday. Okay, give me one moment. I'll be one moment. I'll be right back. And I see that MLGO just opened again. Probably going to get halted again. So it's taken out that high now, $15, and it's taken out the post market high. Low float. China, 4.5 million, which looks excessive when you compare it to VLCN. I do see that RAI had a short on RGS. My guess is that not many, can't speak for everybody, but my guess is that most could not short it. How about you, William? E-Trade Fidelity for RGS? So not Fidelity. Look at Fly here. Now, remember Fly from yesterday? Oh, okay. Actually, on the way down. Okay. FLYE. Yeah, I figured that, yeah, Trade Zero and Center Point and Cobra will probably have shorts available. They specialize in that. You are welcome, RFS, in our YouTube room. Well, I haven't been able to look at anything else really in these races. Been so busy, or it's so. I mean, this halts resumes. It's just been insane for I don't know, 6 months, a year now. There's so many stocks getting halted and resumed. Well, not actually so many. I mean, there are a lot, but a lot of the same ones are being halted and resumed. So you know what? 10:17 now. So I think I'm going to go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage. Can go over about what we have some new people, what Trade Ideas is really all about. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some point, please use the promo code you find on my homepage. This will really help to keep all the rooms free. All right. These are all free rooms. Well, the two of them, YouTube and the main room. And so when you take out a subscription using my promo code, the room gets credit. And that will really help to keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. Starts off with a download and install, your first startup and login. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. What we've done here is very short videos covering all the major aspects of Trade Ideas. It is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. We try to make it easy if you just take a look at these videos. If you are new to trading, we've got a course. Well, I don't want to call it a course exactly, but Trading 101. And in fact, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put it together. And Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. We'll go over that in a little bit. But this is, so Trading 101. And it's about 38 videos, a series of videos, all free. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section here. This is our user guide. And again, like all software programs, a lot is in the user guide. You do not have to learn everything. Here's the getting started. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You see I'm running 3 stock races, how you can set up your own. You want to set up your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, things like that. But you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. So as I mentioned, daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that before I do take my break. You can head over and listen to, well, if you're in YouTube, just stay there. But if you're in the main room, I'll give you the link, the YouTube link, before I take my break. And last, if you're looking for my scan, so if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to the center section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Wow, MLG. All right. Anyway, here are the three races that I'm sharing, guys. Biggest gainers, this right up here. And here are the two large cap races that I'm sharing. I'll go over these in a bit. And the super active halts resumes is right here. I do have other scans that I am sharing, okay, that you can take a look at. I don't have them all up and running. That'd be way too many to have up and running at the same time. Okay, but you can take a look at some of these. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? I'm going to like to demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about by looking at this momentum scan, and it's an alert window. So we are excellent at real-time alerting. I mean, that's what we're really, really excellent at doing, okay? Real-time alerting. There are a lot of programs out there that are screeners. Nothing wrong with a screening program, and some of them claim to be, scanners. There is a difference, in my opinion. So let me explain what I mean by that. So if I right-click on this alert window and click on Configure, and then click on Summary. So this is the screening aspect, okay? If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, this is a great filter that we've got. It has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So right now it's 10:22 Eastern time. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal at least. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. The last time that happened was GANX, Yanks, at 10:19 plus 26 seconds. And the price was 132. Since then, it is now, almost 10:23. Since then, there have been no stocks meeting all these requirements and making a new high for the day. That's how this works. Okay. These are all real-time alerts that you see. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, of course, let me answer that question for. Can't do it. Now, let me do it for you. 25.19, 25.11. Okay. The question was, where could this open? A big pullback. 25.97. So it could be at 25.20. I mean, there's your clue. Underneath. Okay, I'll answer one more question before I continue. What is the float on BTBT? You're not a subscriber, I take it. We have a big float, 120 million. It's a good pop. I probably want to check another source. That's a pretty big pop with that float, 25% to be up 120. I'd probably want to check another source just to make sure. But let me keep going on this, guys. So again, if I click on Configure and Summary, well, okay, I'll tell you what I'll do for you. I will find another source and just see. Well, it's big. Actually, it is about the same. Yeah, it's the same, 119 million and 120 million from the other source that I trust. So we are in the ballpark, 120 million, yes. Okay. You can go to Dilution Tracker, and that's what they've got. And when I check other sources for float information, that's where I go, and I think they're pretty much bang on. So that is the float for BTBT. So again, if you want this scan the way it is, you can have it. I have it on my homepage. But if you want to make a change, of course you can. If you don't like this price range or something else about it, of course you can make a change. I'm not trying to force what I like to see onto you. Is what I like to see, but of course you can make a change. Now, if you want to build your own scans from scratch, of course you can. This time I'll click on Search. You'll see right at the top here, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. The two most popular by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot Other real-time alerts. As I keep scrolling down, when you see these icons, these are all real-time alerts. And when I get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. My homepage is right there, RFS. Okay. So these are the filters that we've got. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time and you're thinking, well, this program is way too hard for me, how can I possibly learn all of these real-time alerts and all of these filters? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy all the different types of trading styles there are out there and all of our customers. Okay. So you don't have to learn them all. For me personally, I only use the new high and the new low. That's it, and a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean that the rest of these are no good. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I care about. Your trading style may be very different, and you may want to take advantage of something else. That's all there is to it. Okay. So don't get hung up on seeing all these and thinking that, my goodness, I cannot learn these all or all of these. Okay. Now you can scroll through them, and if you're brand new to trading, I mean, a lot of these will make no sense to you. That's why we've got that trading 101. That's why we have a simulator in which you can practice trading. But if you have any experience in trading, you might scroll through all these and say, I'd love to see this one, the cross daily highs resistance. So I mean, that's what it's really all about. You can scroll down, and if you're used to trading, you can maybe find a filter that you like. Maybe I mean, I like the new high and the new low of the day, but we've got all sorts of different, we have new 5-minute highs, new 15-minute highs, new 30-minute highs and lows. All depends on your trading style and what you like to see. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So you can ask me questions all day long. And if I can, obviously, if I can answer, I will. But if I can't, like if it's a scan you're looking for that I don't have, or I maybe don't have a quick idea about how to create it, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas may have it or something like that. And so I would direct you. I'll give you an email address, and you can ask the question. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to help, but I can certainly direct you to who can. Okay, okay, RFS. We'll see you later. All right, guys, look at this TR. Man, oh man, Tootsie Roll. I think somebody mentioned that one. I thought you were kidding. Tootsie Rolls. Holy smokes. Not an earnings play. What the heck is happening with Tootsie Rolls? Through the 200-day moving average. Not a lot of volume, though. Only 121,000 shares. You can see it doesn't trade very much. That 121,000 shares represents 23 times normal. Excuse me, up to this time of day. So you can see it just doesn't trade very much. Last week, it only traded 600,000 the whole week. The week before that, even less. So this just does not trade very much. So it's having a bit of an active day today for some reason. I do not see, I don't know if it's a dividend. No, it's not a dividend play. All right, MLGO. Now, I thought it got halted on the way down. Oh, so I'll have a piece of this ENVX, guys. a little bit, I got in just over that 15 break, as hopefully most of you were listening to me. I said this, so, my little coded words, this looks really good right here. I can't tell you to take a trade. So here's another crazy low float, guys. GRI, we have 500,000 in the float for GRI, but it's really not done too much. I mean, it's up 8%, but it really hasn't done anything crazy yet. All right, let me go over these races and explain to people who are new what you're seeing. So this says the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay, notice I am running 4-minute races now. Again, in the guide, it explains how you can create your own race. You can set your own time period and all. All races are run from a top list window. I'll show you the top list window that I'm running this race from. You see all the stocks that are in here. And again, this is just me. You can create your own top list window with your own parameters. All I'm looking for is stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay? So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements, it becomes a candidate in the race. So before we had races, if I wanted to see stocks that, were up the most for the day, all I have to do is click on the header to see which is the change from the close. So again, this is not correct. This has not been adjusted for the split, reverse split. But there's RGS up 221%, VLCN up 123%. If I want to see the stocks up the most from the opening print of the day, so you can sort on the different columns in your head and your top list in order to see the information you want. Problem is what if ZI right down here, it's up 4.9% from the open right now, okay? ZI. What if all of a sudden ZI started to really move? You would not see it, because how are you going to see it? Unless you're fixated on it and you start to see that move from 4.7% to 5% to 6% to 8%. You'd never really see it. That's where the race comes in. The race starts, and this is going to end in 17 seconds, and you'll see that there will be a winner at the end of the race. And this is more, unless CPOP all of a sudden has a huge drop, it'll be CPOP. Just wait for another 4, 3, 2, 1 second. And CPOP won the race. Okay. And you can see the last winner. Now, what happens is automatically a top 10 list of the stocks that win the most races is created for you. Okay. So here's another race that's starting. And now you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on the symbol to see what's happening. If you start to see something moving, and again, remember, this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So it doesn't matter. The stock doesn't have to be up the most in the day. It just has to be moving the most since the race started. Okay. Look at ENVX. It's a wonderful one. So, since the race started, it's moved 1.67%. And you can see it's also down here, 1.67%. Not a huge. Now, you will see in this one, this one at the top here, biggest gainers from the start of the race, this one, you will see bigger percentage moves typically than you will from the large caps. What I've done here in these two races, the large cap losers and the large cap gainers, I've actually put a market cap in here. So it has to be at least a 500 million market cap and also a minimum 50 million in the float. So you're not going to see the gigantic percentage moves, but you'll see stocks that are certainly worth watching. And for a lot of people, these are just too crazy for a lot of people. I mean, they're wonderful when you're on the right side of them. You get in and they move in the direction you want. Not so great though when they move against you because they can move against you really quickly. And so these are the ones moving down. Okay, large cap moving down, large cap moving up. And again, the same idea though. A top 10 list is created for you. And so you can see that VLCN is at the top here. It won 5 races. So what the idea now is, like, let's click on Minium. Okay, let's just click on it. It won 1 race, but let's see what it's doing now. Is it setting up at all? Is it setting up at all for a trade? So again, if you're used to trading, I mean, let me get my single stock window up. Meanwhile, I mean, this from our AI guys. I mean, another excellent one. 779 on the alert, 840 now. That is an 8.5% move. ENVX, I mean, it's looking like the lost soul at only up 6.7%, but man. So our AI is having a great day, guys. Every one of them is up 11%, 7%, 7%, 6%, 2%. Every one of them is up from the alerts. It's not always like that every single day, but it just opened, Dave. Sorry, it just opened. So again, the idea then, if you have any idea of how to trade and analyzing charts and things like that, so you might look at this minim, okay? There's the VWAP, 397. So if you're a bit of a VWAP type player, you might look at this and go, well, okay, it's at 405. Maybe it'll hold the VWAP. So you could, again, this is not a recommendation, but if you're a VWAP type player, you might look at this and go, okay, if I take this, well, it just dropped, but I take it at $4, 405. The VWAP is at 397. Maybe I put my alert a little bit underneath the VWAP, say at 395, 10-cent stop, and you take the trade. Again, I'm not telling you to do this, but I'm just saying that's, if you're a VWAP type player, that's how you might look at this. So the fact that it is, it's on this list, click on them and see if they're setting up. Maybe you have a moving average that you like, that maybe it's moving, that it bounced off of. Man, well, I'm in this boring EVNX, which is, I mean, I've traded a lot out, but I'm in this boring EVNX, which has turned out to be just really nice. Peter, I added ATR 14 to the chart. That tells me volatility. What are great? Well, it's not so much it's, you should also then, if you want, Peter, it's not, I mean, okay, for instance, if you can see my chart, or you can see my single stock window. So the average true range for MINM is 42 cents. Okay. What is that? Well, is that good? It's not the absolute number that you should be looking at. It's is it trading abnormally compared to its average true range? And that's what this average true range, or sorry, today's range, that one right there, which says 133%, that means it's trading 133% of 42.42, right? So if you multiply 1.33 times, so that means it's trading abnormally, okay? 100% would be, well, it's trading normally in terms of its average true range. Anything over 100 means it's trading, a little abnormal. So let's take a look. I mean, you're going to see some crazy ones here. Take a look at VLCN. Okay. I mean, I'm surprised actually. Its average true range is fairly high. It's trading 3.5 times that, 3.366. So it's not the number, Peter. Is that number, is it trading abnormal compared to what it normally does? And so that filter you might want to add. Okay, and that is this one right here. Okay, search, and I'll type in open. And it's called change from the open, the percent of average true range. Okay, change from the open. It's that icon right there that says percent of average true range. So again, it's not the number. The number is not important. Is not what you're looking for. Is it trading abnormally compared to what it normally does in an average true range? Okay, makes sense. Talking to Peter in our YouTube room. Look again. Here's Milagro. Okay, 3.4% or 345%. If we looked at this yesterday, though, this would have been a lot higher in terms of percent because its average true range has grown only because of what happened yesterday, of course. Until then, though, its average true range was probably in the pennies. This one might be there you go. So look at RGS. Okay, its average true range is 46 cents. It is trading, 1,571% of that, 15 times that. Give me a moment. Yeah. So again, if you look at the range, low of the day is 1285. The high of the day is 1998. So if you multiply 15.71 times 0.46, that should, that don't look, if it's not right to the penny, don't get all upset. But that should give you that should be the difference between the high of the day and the low of the day. Okay. That's how it works. So obviously trading very abnormally with respect to its average true range. And the average true range is the average true range over the last 10 days. So it looks at the last 10 days, what was its range over the last 10 days every day, and then takes an average of that. Meanwhile, wow, hut. I know you guys have been talking about hut. I know you have. I know yesterday you were talking about hut. Man, Bitcoin miner. And I guess with Bitcoin, Bitcoin having a nice surge today. If you hear that in the background. Wow, what a fast morning, 10:45 already. All right, maybe I'll start taking a look at some of these ones that have. Well, actually, I want to see Sedge again, SEDG. See if it's yeah. So a big customer of theirs declared bankruptcy, and they're on the hook for about $11.8 million, I guess. So they're not going to probably get that. I think they also did some kind of a financing. But William, when he did his little financial analysis of this company, Came up with a now. Listen, just because he did the analysis and says it could be worth $38 a share, doesn't mean, well, obviously I should buy this. It's at 28, but it looks like though it has bounce potential, and that's the SEDG. All right, VLCN. Let me take a look at this one right now. Okay, so I guess uranium is this is a uranium ETF, guys. You are and J. How many shares is it trade? 550, 553. Let's take a look at URA. That's the one I usually look at. So this has a little more volume. So I guess and look at that. URA through the 200-day moving average, actually. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Well, this EVNX could turn into maybe an all-day hold if it just keeps doing this. Let's take a look at the weekly chart to see, the monthly chart. So on the monthly chart, 2159, is that right? Yeah. So on the monthly chart, 2159. So that's back in about a year ago, August last year, not quite a year ago. Those are the highs for ENVX. And they did have some news. They did actually have some news. So at least you can point to the news as the reason. Okay. Now, whether or not this should be up 33% because of that news doesn't really matter. But this was the news, developing a high performance batteries for mixed reality headset to some California based technology company. Now, I'm not going to say it's Apple. I have no idea who it is, but okay. Thank you, William. So the 11.4 million that is owed to SEDG was secured, so they likely won't lose all of it. Okay. Another one, guys. That didn't, there's so many. Now, listen, CPOP is coming right into that 200-day moving average. Now, this is shortable for me, actually. This is actually shortable, 30,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So there's that 200 days sitting right on top. So that could be the block. Boy, and this is a it can be a very erratic one, NNE to say the least. Bottoming tails, topping tails. Wow. I think you're a little late, Wainwright. Hut price target maintained with a 750 a share. You might be a little bit late unless you're trying to knock it down. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. So I'm sorry. I got to point this out. Reiterates a sell with this. I'm sorry. I thought they were putting a $750 price target on it as a something to buy, but they're suggesting that this is going down to 750. Okay. What do they know? Man, I didn't take this one. I mean, another excellent one from our AI guys. I mean, SLNH talked about this right around here. Probably the best day our AI has had in terms of every single alert is working well. It's not normal. Oh, 14 days. Okay. So it's 14 days? Sorry, not 10 days. Most of our averages are over 10 days. So I just, okay. It's so the ATR is measured over 14 days. Thank you. I don't display the AI alerts, TSBCO, okay, teaspoon or teaspoon company. I don't display them. Not fair for those who pay for the AI. It's a premium service, okay? So costs another $100 approximately a month extra. So I do not display them. I don't mind talking about them after the fact, but I do not display. Now we will be having about a month from now, finally again, we'll have our contest, probably a test drive along with it. So people can try us out. I think it starts on the 17th of July, so less than a month from now. In which case you'll have access to the full program. The only trade I've taken today, Nestor, is ENVX. I think I may have seen that even earlier than when it hit the AI, but it was an AI alert also. I'd love to. I mean, I talked about the SLNH earlier, even before it hit our AI, but there was just so much going on. I was trying to get into the VLCN. So much was going on early. No plans for a Mac, no DT. Just trying to get the web-based version up to almost the same as the downloadable app. So there is no plans to make it compatible with a Mac in that regard. No. Now, I'm sure you know that you can use an emulation program like Parallels, or you can use AWS. That I can't answer you. I mean, the web-based version is constantly being improved on. I mean, but it's not. Yeah, listen, it's not the same as the downloadable app. You're right. A couple of major differences. Well, maybe not a major difference. If you don't care about practicing trading using our simulator, then that's not a big deal. Um, only 5 charts instead of 10 to 20 charts. For me, the biggest difference would be if you've got multiple monitors. Because with multiple monitors, it's so simple to move, the windows around, either in a dock window or, individually, wherever you want them. If you've got multiple monitors, though, and trying to use a web-based version, yes, you can stretch them across, but it's not the same. I think the big one will be to get. I mean, we already have a version of, I suppose, of our simulator that you can use. But if that's not important to you, the web-based version isn't bad. And you can have all my scans. You can create your own scans. Do virtually the same thing. No, I mean a trial for the web. No, there's no trials really for any of our products. I mean, there's about a 15-minute. I mean, I don't even know what you get if you go to our website. Let's see if I can find. Yeah, so you can kind of create a free account here for give you an idea about what you'll see. This will give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is. Okay, but you cannot create your own scans or anything like that. But you can at least take a look at. We've got all these different stock deep dive, research any stock. This is the little simulator you can use. But again, in this free version, I think you only have about 15 minutes worth. But it's not really a free version. Okay, when I say that, you cannot create your own scans. I mean, if you don't mind looking at the stuff that we've got here, then that's fine. But that's about it. So you can go to so if you go to the home page. Well, it depends what you mean by accurate, Danny. I mean, you get an alert, an entry. I mean, that's a real-time alert. Okay. Now, whether you take the trade right at the very second, no, I would never do that. Okay. So it depends what you mean by accurate. When you say, does it tell you the entry? You'll get a real-time alert. For me, I never take, I'll always want to click on the alert, check to see what's happening on the chart, and then I make up my mind if I want to take it. If it has moved, a few pennies from the if it has moved a few pennies from the alert entry or the alert price, I'm not going to get upset about that. Just give me one moment, please. All right, sorry about that. So, yeah, so it depends what you mean by accurate. Now, is every single AI alert? I mean, today has been a great day. Every single one of them has worked. Okay. It's not going to be like that every day. And you have an exit. I mean, you have a stop price that you can follow. VLCN. Missed it again. Trying to find an example of something that. So here's an example. Okay. So we had an alert for NNE as an example. Okay. NNE at 2480 right there. Before it pulled back at all, this was almost straight up, okay? Almost straight up to $33. I mean, it's incredible, right? An alert. But look what happened. After that, it got all the way back down to the alert price, okay? And you could have said, you might have been kicking yourself and say, ah, man, I missed that first move. And then, but if you watch it, because to me, the way to use the AI is as a watch list all day long, okay? Just like this, like a watch list all day long. And you could have seen this, and it hit actually it right back to the alert price. And you could have said, well, okay, I missed it the first time. Let's see how it's trading. Looks like it's coming back. Okay, I'll take the trade. See what I mean? And before it pulled back, it got up to 20, almost 30 from 2480. I mean, that's a great move. Now, this is a very active stock, but there's an example of using the AI like a watch list. Well, gives alerts for short and long. Yes. You can see right there, there's a long L and S for short. Okay, so Matt, so as far as MACD is concerned, ah, boy, I'm missing a lot of opportunities, guys. I mentioned the GRI as a crazy low floater right about here. Anyway, so this is what we have for MACD, okay? MAT 51243. And this goes for everybody, okay? If you're wondering if we have something, if you obviously have to be a subscriber, but if you're wondering, okay, what do they have for MACD? So this is all I'm going to just going to type in MACD. This is what we have. Okay, so on these different, I don't use MACD at all. So okay, so 5, 10 minute, 15, 30, 60. So if for whatever reason, if you want to say a 45, we don't have it. Okay. Yeah, the web version. Yeah, the web version has AI alerts. Yes. So this is again, if somebody's looking, well, what do they have for stochastics as an example? Okay, well, you just start typing in stochastics. This is what we have. Again, if you wanted the 20-minute, we don't have it. Okay, if you're looking for RSI, this is what we have. If you were looking for the 20-minute RSI, we don't have it. So you can't make it up. I mean, you can't just say, well, I want it, so is there a way I can do it? No, again, if you remember at the very beginning when I was talking about trade ideas, they tried to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers. I understand there are people out there who say, well, man, my trading style demands that we have a 20-minute RSI. Well, unfortunately, we just don't have it. Okay. Well, I'm glad you feel that way, RFS. Whew, I'm exhausted. But ENVX, I mean, just What did I say before? Where was the, actually, I want to scroll back a little bit on the weekly chart just to take a look. Okay, so on the weekly chart, so there's the next high, 1787, and that is last August. Okay, 1787. So on the weekly chart, at least, it still has a little bit of room before it will hit some weekly resistance. Now, I mean, this is going just, well, parabolic. I mean, I've sold some out, a lot of it out, to be honest. I just didn't think it would keep doing this. 5 years ago, Robert. Wow. Well, welcome back. Hope you had a good 5 years. Robert in our YouTube room saying last time he was here was 5 years ago. And also, I should explain. Okay, we have, I am moderating two rooms, YouTube room, and also what I call the main room. Up to you, wherever you want to stay. The main room has more action, more traders in there talking about stocks. Okay. But if all you care about is seeing my screen and maybe listening to me, you don't care that much about interacting with other traders, then YouTube is fine. I just put the link in just above you. I just put the link in. All right, guys. Let's take a look at Hood. Robinhood, of course, this is basically a crypto play now. Or it's turning into a pseudo crypto play. So 2233 is the next high looking left in that area anyway, 2230 on the daily chart. So if it took that out, it would have room to 2272. I will put a price alert around there just to see if it takes it out. No, YouTube is relatively new. The main room has been in this format since October of 2015. Live on the mic and sharing my screen since 2015. Okay, Manny, the YouTube is the other room, but don't go there. I mean, the reason I say that, I mean, you're just, what happens is in between 12 and 1 Eastern time, when I take a break, then I can direct people to YouTube because then one of the other traders takes over for me in YouTube. But it's not like it's a different room completely. They see my screen, they hear me, okay? So again, before I take my break, I do put the YouTube link in. And I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube when I do. Wow, look at NNE. Just like, where's that brick wall I can run into? Why I think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube when I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles, okay? I think it's a good idea to head over, listen to somebody else's trading style. Now, Michael Noss will be in about 50 minutes. And, he's way more of a swing trader. Well, I'm not a swing trader at all. So he's way more of a swing trader than I am. And then tomorrow we have Jamie. Jamie is along the lines of me, but he is actually a micro. He can be a micro scalper. So if you're into that, and what I mean by that is he can take a look at things and try to make 2 or 3 or 4 cents on something. He's taking a lot of shares, obviously, to make it worthwhile. I'm not saying that's all he does, but and then on Thursday, Steve Gomez, and he's the originator of the trades of the week, and he's again more of a swing trader, and so is Andy on Friday. And then Chris on Monday. Well, I think he'd like to be more of a swing trader. I think he has to be. He's got too many other things going on. Trade ideas. Yeah, I'm not a micro scalper at all. RFS. It's not my style at all. All right, Zim V. You guys have been talking. Wow, geez. It's astonishing, isn't it? Well, I find it astonishing. There's Zim V, guys. I know some of you were talking about Zim V. Wow. Dental equipment and supplies. Okay. Plus spine stuff. Man. Oh, I see. I see. So you guys were talking about this. You had to have been talking about this. So the reason this is going up is that they're looking at potential options, including maybe selling themselves. Michael, I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, the 007. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm basically all out of the ENVX now. Okay, as it's pulled back. So I'm basically out of, well, not basically, I'm out of all the ENVX. It's my only trade of the day. I was trying desperately to get into the VLCN and I just couldn't get it. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, anybody who talks about VLCN is banned from the room. Okay, just wanted to let you know. No more talking about VLCN. And for people who don't know me, of course, I'm just kidding. My entry for ENVX was just over 15, Nestor. I don't know if you were around when I was talking about it. Okay. Okay, it was just over 15. I had an alert set right underneath 15. Okay, and I wanted to see it. And I was, if you were in the room, I said, I was saying, okay, guys, this looks really good now. I wanted it to clear over 15, and to me, it looked like it had done it. So it was right around the 15. I actually got in at 1508. Looking at yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I got in at 1508, but I so that's where. And then, of course, I also saw that was on our AI. I'd seen this before, though. I had seen it before it hit our AI, in this area here. Well, we saw it in the pre-market. Okay, we saw it in the pre-market. I mean, this is let me look at the pre-market action for ENVX. This is at what time is it? 7:30 Eastern time. Okay, and so this is so we saw this run. So I already knew about it, and I already had it thumbnailed. So I already knew that this is something that I probably wanted to follow as I watched this pullback. In fact, I was talking about the pull, how I think it was holding, while the VWAP is a lot different now. Anyway, that's where I got in. Okay. And I think just as a something that gave me a confidence booster that it came in our AI also. Okay. Still looks good. I'm not in it anymore, but it still does look good. All right. Yeah, VLCN, yes. Now, you know what? Even MLGO is looking interesting. If it can take out, say, get up back up to 1960, I know you're giving up a lot, but I mean, look, it's got all sorts of room to keep running if it wants to. So that's why I have an alert. I'll have an alert set at the previous high, the 15-minute candle, or the high of the previous 15-minute candle, and see if it takes that out later. All right, guys, here's one on the way down now. Sear, CER. And by the way, look at the market. Remember that when the last time I haven't really looked at the market. I mean, the Dow was down, but the Nasdaq's up. So we've got that disconnect going in the market between the value stocks and the growth stocks. We sort of flipped. We've sort of a reversal now. Sear, guys, Sear, CERE is on the way down. And let's see. Well, it's broken down through all that on the weekly chart. 39.92 were the two lows on the weekly chart. So it's a little bit below that now. Oh, via VCLN. So it looks like it's at a high now, isn't it? VCLN. Okay. I have to remember the 11th commandment, but it's going to be hard. Oh, VLCN. Man, I put up VCLN and it says 1823. Oh man, did it ever run? But it's VLCN. Where's the next high for MLGO? Probably have to. Yeah, I mean, remember now, this is reverse split adjusted. Okay. So this stock was never at $156, but so 1980, there's a high of 1980, but it did get through that, this morning. So 21 got up to $21. But I mean, if if we want to get really goofy about it, and it takes out that 20 again. So what did it get up to this morning? It got up to 2152, and the high looking left is 2160, okay, on that weekly chart. So if it takes out this number again, I mean, again, remember, it never got up to $156. This is all reverse split adjusted. But that's what, oh, I see. It's a joke. Okay. I didn't know that. I have to treat every question as being super serious. Meanwhile, ENVX, well, another new high, guys. Wow. I keep thinking that this OKLO is at some point going to try to catch up with NNE. Same, I mean, look, I'm not saying it's the same company, but it seems to be in the same sector. Um, okay, it started trading as OKLO here, so remain subject to long-term lockup agreements. Okay. Yeah, we need some analysts to pile into this one and say, you know what? We've got price targets of 100 or 50 or 11 won't cut it. We also need some news. Now, the other thing is files to sell 62.5 million shares. That was on the 20th. So it doesn't have the same news as NNE. I mean, NNE has had lots of news. They had this on the 24th. That was yesterday. Surges to all-time high in cooling tech acquisition. That's what we need OKLO to do. OKLO to do. I mean, this. So you see what I'm saying? I mean, it had a pullback right to the initial price that it was alerted at. So NNE in the momentum scan, NNE has won 3 races up here. NNE on the 10-day daily breakout right down here, right at 930. The only thing it doesn't do, it doesn't trade options. It's not optionable. And people ask a lot about the AI. Can you use it for swing trading? So the answer really is this. Okay, you can swing trade anything you want. Okay, if the AI gets into it, remember the AI does get out of every every alert at the end of the day. Okay. That's just the way it's designed. Doesn't mean you have to. So, for instance, the AI had an alert here on the 20th at 1364. It exited at 21. You could have said to yourself, well, I like this technology. Maybe I'll hold some. 2 days later, which is yesterday, had another alert at 1769, got out at 21. Now today. So, it's up to you. I mean, if a stock is really trading well, you can make up your own mind whether or not you want to hold it. The only analyst that I can see on the NNE is Benchmark, and they had a 39. Yeah, that's today. Yeah, buy a Benchmark, $39 target. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to get there, but it could get there today. Okay, but I don't see any others. I mean, there could have been others, but I don't see any others. This is from Interactor Brokers. Okay, this is my news headlines from Interactor Brokers. In case people are wondering, where can I get that black screen? You can't get it in Trade Ideas. It is from Interactor Brokers. All right, guys, 11:28. So in about half an hour, I will be taking my break. What's looking interesting is RGS. It's kind of basing a little bit here, okay, just over 16. And the VWAP is, well, it's well above the VWAP at 1355. But there's that 10 SMA, that rising 10 SMA, that blue line, and it's trying to hold there. If you come into our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1, Steve Gomez loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, likes to see if it can act as support. Oh, I have no idea, Teresa. Did they not tell you? I have no idea. Teresa, the question is, wow, it's terrible though. I ran into an issue today while trading VLCN. I was up 2,500, and then Interactive Brokers wouldn't let me sell. It said I was flagged as an affiliate. Took me 20 minutes on the phone to get my position sold, by which time I was down 800. How do I avoid this? I I have no idea. I've never run into that. I have no idea. They said you had traded over 1% of the float. So the float, so they're trying to say then, because not showing the float information. Just give me a moment. So, okay, another site says the float is 35,000 or 350,000. So, I'm assuming then you took a pretty sizable position. You took 30 over 3,500 shares, which would be 1%. Only 2,000 shares. Well, that doesn't. I don't know. I mean, I cannot answer. I didn't, unless their float information is lower. It seems bogus, though. I mean, I've never been in that situation, so it's terrible, though. I don't know if other brokerages do the same thing. I mean, it's rare that you're going to be able to get 1% of the float, obviously. Unless you're talking about something that has such a crazy low float. Yeah, because the way I would look at that is that they should have, when you bought it, they should have been saying to you, either careful or prevent you from buying it. Quite frankly, I would have not wanted to buy it. I know you're up $2,500, but if you can't sell it where you want to sell it, look what can happen. So I would, yeah, I would. That's Interactor Brokers. It's never happened to me, but okay. Well, there you go. Maybe I'm an affiliate too. I mean, what you're saying is it looks like still. All right, guys. Break time for me in about 25 minutes. So Weena, I don't know about a float on Weena, Edward. It's so new, right? Question in our YouTube room. I'm going to give you a website to that you can look up, okay? Because if you have these sort of questions, we have no float information, and I guess it's because it's so new, okay, from our provider. So I'm going to give you a link though that you can check the float yourself and see if these guys even have it. Yeah, so they've got the float at 5.62, okay, million. So let me give you the link. This is what I use. It's called Dilution Tracker, okay? And they've got the float at 5.6 million. Rather than waiting for me, if I'm not around or you want the information right away, and that's all I do. I just go to that website. Meanwhile, Sears is moving down. I have not even looked at any of my, this was my favorite scan, really, the 10-day daily breakdown, but I'm so wrapped up in all these. But look at this. 39.91 was the alert, and now 39.38, making its way down. And again, these are, I'm sharing the 10-day daily breakout. This is what I'm talking about right there. Excuse me. The breakdown, this is the breakdown. And here's the breakout. You can see NNE right at the right at the start of the day at 9:30 at 24.73. I'll expand that just a little bit. Oh, Blaine, I know you mentioned LRE. Now, that was one of the crazier ones we've seen yesterday. Why crazy? Because when it was up here, this was basically what was an all-time high. And then when it was down here, this is well, now it is a lifetime low. So it went from an all-time high to virtually an all-time low same day. Oh, I just can't keep up, guys. There's so many. Look at this GVP now. Now, what's the float? 2.8 million in the float. GVP got up to 576. Excuse me, in the pre-market. They were awarded a contract more than $700,000. Okay, so it's a small company, so maybe that's a big deal for them. Does not trade very much though. 209,000 shares. That is 7 times normal. So you can see it doesn't trade very much. I know some of you, I haven't had to talk about this one, which I'm hoping will just disappear for a while anyway. There's GME, guys, though. Underneath that whole number, below yesterday's low, basically been in a decline since the infamous display by Roaring Kitty. I think this was this day right here, or right here. All right. How about Allure? ALUR. Now, very choppy. Don't like it. Okay. Bark. Bark doing. Look at Bark. What's the float? It's a big float. 151 million in the float. That is a big float. That's a big percentage move with that float. You think he would? You think he would really want to, Casa? Now that might help the share price, but well, you're right. Anything is possible. All right. No, I can answer. I'm fine, AJ. So, okay. So, are you talking about trading from within Trade Ideas and using interactive brokers? Is that what you mean? Which I don't do, but is that what you mean? Answering AJ in our main room. If that's what you mean, oh, I see. Are you talking about, okay, so you're talking about when I click on an alert in Trade Ideas, it'll load into my order entry in interactive brokers. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's simple. So we have this is just go to tools, okay, and then external linking. And then basically you just follow this, okay? I don't want to get out of the link, but I'm linked to Interactive Brokers, okay? And but you just basically follow. If I wanted to add another link to another program, I would click on add a link and you just follow this while keeping the window open, mouse, and I put my mouse right into the order entry. Remember now, you've got to have the shift key pressed down on your keyboard. And then I get into the order entry in in Interactive Brokers. And then what happens is the next thing is I do use a rule. You know what? I'll delete the link and I'll just do it again. Not a big deal. Okay, so add the link. And then I go over, I take my pointer, I put it right into the order entry, and then I press the shift key. Okay, now I am connected, but there's one other thing I have to do. I have to go to the rule, the little drop down menu, and Interactive Brokers Live. Click on that. Now you're done. Okay. Now, yeah, it's a huge time saver. Well, for somebody like myself, who is clicking on alerts all day long, it would be a real pain if I had to type the alert into the order entry. And the good thing is, I guess if you shut down, you know what? I've never had to worry about the order, but I guess there is an order. I think if you shut down at the end of the day, if you shut down, and Pepe may correct me, I think if you shut down Interactive Brokers and then Trade Ideas and then reverse it the next day, the link is still there. I've never really had a problem. Any order I shut down for some reason. Otherwise, you saw how quickly I established the link. It takes like 10 seconds. You can try right now. You saw what I did, AJ. Try it right now. I mean, it's super simple. Tools, external linking, and then, add the link and then put your pointer right in the order entry, press the shift key, and then you'll see the link is established. And then you just have to add that rule, the little drop down menu, and find Interactive Brokers Live, and then you're done. I mean, it 10 seconds, you'll be done. So do it now, because if it doesn't work for you, maybe I can help. Nice, nice one, William. You went long 39.30 of SEER, and you're probably out, but it's 39.64 now. Okay, there you go. So shut down IB first and open IB last. Okay. It's funny, Pepe, TI last. Okay. Or you shut down T. Okay. Are you shutting down TI first and then IB last, or the reverse? I've never really found a problem, no matter what, how I get out of. But more than likely, I'm shutting down IB first and then TI every day, and then I load, and then I. Okay. Really? I almost guarantee I'm shutting down IB first. But anyway, follow what Pepe is saying. But listen, if something happens and when you load them both and the link is in there, just establish the link again. I mean, you saw how easy it is to do it. Okay, Pepe. All right. So never having had Think or Swim, but Pepe is answering. I'm just going to say, my impression is yes, you can short more stocks in IB. And if you're in Canada, guys, I mean, I'm a Canadian. I'm up in Canada, so I mean that's why I use IB. I really have very limited options, but IB for me has been just great. Now, if you're looking, if Chris M, if you're looking to short, some of these crazy low floaters, they're more than likely are not going to have them either. Interactive brokers, okay? I am in that area, Manny. Okay, so for instance, if you had wanted to short VLCN or RGS, some of these crazy low floaters, more than likely, well, I can tell you that interactive brokers did not have them. I mean, if you're looking for if shorting is really what you want to do, well, not necessarily exclusively, but to have access to things like shorts for VCLN and things like that, Centerpoint, but Centerpoint's more expensive. But typically, I think they probably have virtually every stock is shortable. Cobra is another one, and Trade Zero. But I don't get too upset about not being able to short some of these small ones because you know what? Probably keeps me out of a lot of trouble. It's wonderful when you can pick the top, of course. But I'm certainly I don't have a feel for picking the top. A lot of people might have said that could have been in the top. Well, this is not a great example because that was the top, but you know what I mean? I mean, some of these things you see halted, and there's a halt right there, moves higher, another halt moves higher, another halt moves higher. And at some point, a lot of people would say, okay, that's it. Okay, maybe that's it. Well, maybe that's it. Where are you going to pick the top? You know, picking tops, picking bottoms is probably, well, for me anyway, hardest thing to do. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement up here. Okay, I'm still going to be around until Michael shows up in our YouTube room, but I just want to put the announcement. Oop, wrong one. And remember, Michael is going to nag at you about having a trading plan. You might ask him, well, what do you think about this one? And he might say, well, does it meet your trading plan to trade something like that? And if you say, well, I don't know, I don't have a trading plan, then he's going to say, well, before you start trading, you better practice trading and developing some kind of a trading plan rather than, oh, this looks pretty good. Now, listen, if this looks pretty good is your trading plan and it's working for you, fine. Okay. All right, guys. What time is it? 11:53. So yeah, I'm just kind of waiting for Michael to show up. Well, yeah, I mean, the attraction for Interactive Brokers, of course, is that it is worldwide. So many countries, you can access Interactive Brokers from so many different countries. CNSP, let's see what CNSP is doing. Boy, I had a big pop up, probably a low, yeah, another, again, guys, look, another crazy low float. Let me check that website and see what they've got. Yeah, but the same. Starting to see that our provider is getting in the ballpark now with the dilution tracker, which I like. So yeah, that float is another crazy low float. Call it 700,000. So of course, what can be happening now are traders who either did not get into VLCN or the MLGO, or they did and they made good money, are now looking for another low floater. Because I don't see any specific news on this. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, so now again, now Guardy has been one of these ones that's been active. It was active all last week. GRDI, the high last week. It's getting close. 170. My issue with it would be if you look left on the weekly chart, there's all sorts of little areas that could stall too close. Some of these other ones that we look at, when you look left, they've got a ton of room to keep moving before they see those next highs. And that's what makes them attractive. Now, DraftKings is sort of interesting. DraftKings was, saw this in the pre-market. At one point, this was a giant green candle. It got all the way up there, and then it moved down. So DraftKings, DKNG, So I don't know. I mean, DraftKings, Wells Fargo has downgraded them from 54 to 53. The next low looking left on the daily chart for it is 38.93. So it's right there. Takes out 38.93. The next low is 37.93. So has about $1 to the next low. And of course, there's the 200-day moving average, that blue line. All right, guys. So the other thing I want to do right now is put the YouTube link in the main room. And Michael is not there quite yet. He should be there momentarily. And I think we're going to have a little introduction to this go no go, which should be released next week for you guys. Yeah, man, Sear just made another new low. Boy, ENVX still looks strong. I mean, it is still right at the high of the day. Yeah, so we've got a reversal of fortunes here, guys. With the Dow being down big and Nas being up big, just a flip of really the last 3 days, 3 or 4 days. It's probably all she wrote with the MLGO now. All right, guys. Oh, Michael's a little bit late here. No, but he's right at noon, so it must be tied up doing something else. And just as I said, there's a little pop. Okay, Michael, just give me one moment. Okay, guys, Michael Noss is now in our YouTube room. Okay, so in the main room, I'm putting myself on mute. I'll see you guys in about an hour. Michael, how are you this morning? Well, maybe he's got his mic on mute. Michael? Can you guys hear Michael in YouTube? Maybe it's me that cannot hear him. I heard a little pop, which usually means, okay, so you can't hear him either, Pepe. Okay, I heard a little pop, which usually means he's in the room. Maybe he's on mute and he doesn't know it. Just have to wait for him to, probably he just has his mic on mute. Can't believe people do that. Okay, another pop. How about now, Michael? Nobody I know.
Right, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Okay. I sort of hear you.
All right, what about this? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but you're very faint.
Hello.
I can hear you. Okay, but you're very faint. I don't think you can hear me.
According to, I can hear you fine. Yeah.
Oh, you
According to
can.
the
Okay.
StreamYard thing, it's I'm filling up all the. Hold on, I'm going into my settings.
Now, maybe you're not faint for the rest of them, but you're very faint to me.
Hold on.
Okay.
Setting.
Pepe says faint. You're faint.
All right. What about this? This better?
I mean, I can hear you, but it's not your normal. It's not your normal broadcast quality, in my opinion.
But is the level okay?
Little bit better now. Level is a little bit better now.
All right. What about now?
Now you're getting better.
All right. Well, that's the max I can turn up my input volume.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're good.
So let me turn off that. Is that any better?
It's the same.
Okay. There's all these weird settings on the back end. So
right. Okay, Michael.
Right.
Well, first of all, for those of you who don't know, Michael Noss, he works at Trade Ideas. He's taking over for me between 12 and 1. And also, Michael, so maybe around 12 in about half an hour. I got to do a few things. I'll come back. And maybe I know it'll be a sneak preview of maybe the Go No Go that you're saying is going to be released next week.
Hopefully next week.
Okay.
Everything looks like
the
it's
reason
good to
why
go.
I would like to, the reason I would like to do, I mean, we can wait till next week, maybe, but the reason I'd like to do it is to have some real world examples, load some charts, and maybe you can help us interpret what we're looking at, when we see this go no go, if that makes sense. Okay.
Sure.
Because, I think, I know you're going to do a video, but I think having a little interaction will be also really good.
Yeah. Hopefully there's, we get some people in here and they can take a look at it for sure.
Well, even for myself, and then of course I'll be a little more competent at explaining it when it is finally released.
Cool.
Okay. So let me go. I'll show up in about half an hour. Okay.
All right. Sounds good then. Okay, everyone. As always, give Barry some much deserved time off to drink many beers, usually 16 or 20, and we'll be here to answer questions about trade ideas if you have any issues with anything that's going on, and so certainly, again, as always, make sure you're asking questions as they come. One second. I'm just getting some music queued up. Because of course. So so just looking through the market, a lot of stuff is down today, but that is the way it works. Still some massive kind of relief balance here, bouncing Bitcoin. Those people that were counting it out entirely. I saw a whole lot of negativity, and then all of a sudden we rebound here, and then Ethereum with ETHE, that's actually doing much better. So I'm looking at kind of the Ethereum side of things. Look at NVIDIA, NVDA. You're asking about the 8 EMA, so let's just put that up for clarity. So I don't, right? For me, it's just, I always look at, there's a very famous quote from Luis Yamada, who's one of the kind of kingpins of technical analysis, and she would always just say the bigger, I guess, and the faster the drop, the longer the need for repair, right? So I don't think I would bet, although Nvidia's done it many times before. I don't think I'd be the one to bet that we're just going to rocket back and crack through all-time highs after a pretty colossal kind of fall like that. I would expect more. I think the trade here is pretty simple. You mark this low right here, and you mark that high right there, and as long as we're inside that, you just look at many of the other things that as a trader you can look at, and then kind of move on with your life. And if it breaks out to new highs, probably going to be keep going as the thing's a momentum machine. And then if it breaks down these lows, then it's probably time to get out, right? It's um, this is one of those that I think you can keep life really, really simple. And right, the same thing would have happened. We could take the exact same example and we could look back when it took this fall right here. It had that couple days of kind of a dramatic sell, and if you were one that you're trying to buy dips and you're trying to buy dips and you're trying to buy dips, well, you may have gotten stopped out here and then tried again and got stopped out here and tried again and maybe got stopped out, right? So where if you just waited for it to make that new high, then that would have made your life way simpler. You always got to look at the two things, right? The first one being, are you managing your money correctly? But then also always take a look at opportunity cost, right? This is one of those stocks that is going to have a lot of people very infatuated with it for a long time, even if it goes nowhere. If this thing goes absolutely nowhere for 6 months, people are still going to be super interested in it because of the news. And it's my job, I think, as a trader, to always be allocating money somewhere that has a chance to the best chance to do something, right? Because in my opinion, or the way I look at it, is that dead money, buying a stock and holding it for, what's this, from March until June, so 3 months, that's almost as bad as just not doing anything. It's actually probably worse. I'd rather probably just sit and do nothing for that period of time, as opposed to kind of have to watch this thing just kind of chop back and forth like a madman. So that's my theory on it anyway, is just kind of move on, right? If it goes, it'll go. If it breaks down, it'll break down. But unless you have a position currently that you're trying to manage, I have no interest in Nvidia right now. Some of these other ones look okay, like SMCI. Same kind of thing, right? It's stuck in a range. So if it gets back above kind of this zone right here, then I'm interested. If not, I'm just going to, again, move on with my life. Uh, what we saw yesterday, I talked about this a fair amount all over the internets and everything. Spaces that I was on and all that was, we had a down day in the SPY, but if you looked at the equal weighted indexes, they actually did okay. So we had RSP move higher, we had QQQE, which is equal weighted, moving higher, just showing that it was a big market breadth of a day in which, the entire market moved higher yesterday. And, yeah, the entire market moved higher yesterday with Nvidia selling off. So it's like, okay, there's a lot of things that are moving. Why would I spend my limited time, energy, and capital looking at something that just sold off for a bit? Right? And what we do at Trade Ideas, what we do very well, is we try to look for things that are moving in the moment, or setting up as you want as a trader. So my time is always just spent, looking at those things. So that's my thought on it anyway. It's just never get super obsessed with a single name. And you can see the biggest culprits of these are the memes, right? There's people who are still really obsessed with this thing, even though it's just kind of drifting down. There's people who are, still obsessed with AMC, even though it's down from $600 to $400, right? the beauty we have as traders, and I say this all the time, the power that we have over the institutions and hedge funds and all that stuff is that we can stick a move. We can move quick. We can be in a position, we can change our minds, we can be out of a position, and we can just kind of bop around and move really, really quickly depending on what's going on. And that to me is a power where if Nvidia is breaking out and making new highs, great, trade it, it's fantastic. If it's stuck with inside of a range, just don't waste your mental capital trying to guess which way out of the range it's going to break. Just wait for something to occur. I got IBIT after. Yeah, so IBIT is interesting. So again, the Bitcoin chart is still very, very strong, right? If a lot of people are focused on this move like it was the end of the world, but Bitcoin has still been really, really strong. And the long term chart, which I like to look at with MSTR, and MSTR is probably going to be the way I'm going to play it with the big short float here. But this still looks great to me. Still looks like a nice cup and handle. I'm waiting for it to kind of resolve up here. You could definitely take a shot down here if you want it. I'm waiting for it to resolve up here. But one thing that's been very interesting to me, again, is this ETHE or Ethereum relative outperformance to Bitcoin we've been seeing over the number of days. The pullback, if we look at ETHE and then we look at IBIT, right? The pullback in IBIT was much more dramatic and much more pronounced than it was in Ethereum, ETHE. So makes me interested, at least for the short term, in looking at Ethereum over Bitcoin for a potential move. If it can get, will take some time, I'm sure, probably grind its way up there. But if it can ever get back over these highs, then that's really interesting to me. So you could, just wait for a trend line break. You could say, okay, I'm just going to draw a trend line like that. And if we get over that trend line, maybe that's where I'll get involved. You could do a anchored VWAP, right, which is about the same area. Say if we get over that anchored VWAP, maybe I'll take a trade or something like that. But for me, if this relative outperformance in Ethereum over Bitcoin continues, then I want to be in Ethereum over Bitcoin. Also, the retailers have been very interesting. So here's BJ. I have some of this guy in a swing account. Trying to just see again if we'll break out of this range, but some good looks there in BJ, and also just kind of the XRT in as a whole has been doing okay. JWN is one that I'm watching. Nordstrom, if it can ever get over this kind of $22 area, I like the look of that. His retail's been doing okay. Costco, Walmart, a lot of these, they're not as sexy as Nvidia, but a lot of them have been holding up really, really strong. So that's kind of an area I want to take a look at. But today we're seeing a rotation back into, like, Nvidia's up for now, right? But I just think it's got a long way to go to get back near highs here. A lot of people, you always got to look at the psychology of the players, right? If you were up, if the, say you were even just long during this breakout and it was up at 150 and you didn't sell, and then all of a sudden it crashes down to 117 from 150, right? A pretty dramatic down move. And you're someone who's looking at your P&L and saying, oh man, I was up, I don't know, say 10 grand, and now I'm only up 6 grand. Geez, that sucked. You're probably more in the I want to sell to see if it, as it kind of comes back up, than you are to buy. And that's the way I look at kind of fast moves like that, is that there's probably more people who are scared or have kind of bad sentiment from up here than what's going on right here. So again, another way to do it is you could just anchor a VWAP, just right, and say, hey, if we get above that, then yeah. I just think it's, for me, it's more about I think the amount of time it will take. Right, I'm not saying Nvidia is going to 100. The trend is still up, so I still have to bet that this thing is going to move higher and gonna break its highs at some point. I just think it's probably going to take a while. Right, you're probably going to need, again, using this as an example, you're probably going to need a period of time for repair. And if that's going to be 3 months or so, then for me and my time frame, I'm not interested. I'll just wait until, right, maybe it bases around here for a while and then looks to break. I'll be more paying attention to it then. I'm just not really paying attention to it now, right? So it's not saying that I think this chart is bearish by any means. I just think it's going to take some time. And for me, I'd rather be in cash for that period of time, ready and willing to take the trade, knowing that what I'm risking by doing that is I'm risking missing the trade. I'm risking that I'm just completely wrong on this and we gap up to 150 tomorrow and just continue this insane run. Right? There's it's always scenario building, I guess, is the best with trading, right? The there's never You're never going to be 100% right. It's always, again, scenario building. So the scenario, like, and regret minimization. If Nvidia gaps up to 50 and runs to 200, or 150 and runs to 200, I'm okay with that, right? In return for buying it here, just because it's a strong stock that's pulling back, and no other setup that I have than that, and just either getting stopped out or sitting in it for a number of months, right? It's why most algorithms you'll see people create have some sort of a time stop to them, which, time stop's just fancy way of saying, hey, if I'm not seeing good money, or I'm not seeing the stock go in my way in 5 days, I'm out, right? So it's a time stop's another way just to manage these. If you think it's possible that your stock's going to be in a base for a while, you just say, right, very simply, hey, if this just continues, then I'm going to be out at X period. And then, yeah, I'm just kind of looking at other sectors. FXI is interesting to me. Right? It's pulling back. It's holding this area. It's been basing for about a month, give or take now. So if again, a lot of ifs. This is why I love just setting price alerts and waiting for things to happen. You can get these pushes in things like TME, which is still interesting. I've been watching TME for a while now, to see if this thing's going to break out, and it's something that I think will move if China moves. But right, just hanging out in this kind of high tight, nice base like that. So that's an interesting move. Uh, Doing a lot of scanning when it comes to just looking for either high short float stuff, in case we get a short float season coming back. We get a cat dude tweet, and hedge funds make a bunch of money off them, or just using my favorite, which is just TI strength. Show me the strongest stuff from a swing trading point of view, and let me ignore everything else. DXJ looks like, so that's just Japan as a whole. The Japan Equity Fund looks amazing. This thing's just been absolutely on fire. Well, a lot really because their currency's been falling apart. So, find your favorite Japanese name, NVO or Ozempic plays, breaking out into new highs. Snap. There's a little interesting look there. Looks like it's breaking out. Let's do a VWAP here on Snap, right? So this is the kind of stuff that I'm interested in. It's like, hey, let's look at stuff that's moving. Let's look at stuff that's breaking out. I'll go back to the semis and I'll go back to NVIDIA if, it looks like that's going to start moving. But until then, other than that, it's a pretty, for us, me as a swing trader, pretty boring day. Tiny little day, little inside day too on the SPY. Not a whole lot's moving. So when I see not a whole lot moving, I just need to hang out. What's the famous quote from Jesse Livermore? There are times to go long, times to go short, and times to go fishing. This to me seems like one of those, until this market resolves this area, which almost means until NVIDIA resolves this area. So you could take, say this long and then that short, right? As long as the market's chopping up in here, I'm more of in a chill out mode, take some short-term trades if I see something that really stands out to me. But until then, I'm not really going to push it. It's again, swing trading, in my opinion, is about finding those moments and taking advantage. Like my last really big set of trades was after this candle right here on the SPY, because we had this prior high, we broke out, we came back into it, and if everyone remembers, this day looked really, really ugly for a second, and then it completely reversed and closed at highs. So when I'm seeing that candle, then the next day, I'm spending that whole evening after everyone's gone to sleep and I do all my nerd scanning, just building a list and setting out orders and alerts. And I know that the next day is likely, if we continue higher, going to be a pretty big day. So we open up and then we gap up and then we sell off most of the day right away. And then as the market's coming back up again and we're getting back through this prior day's high, I'm buying all kinds of stuff. So then I own, I am out of a lot of it, but I had a whole bunch of names there for a while. And then you just, rode them for a couple weeks until this engulfing day and then the gap down and, time to move on. Right. So it's it becomes again, I always think that that's when kind of the real magic happens. And that's something that one of my old mentors always used to tell me, is that you'll know you're on the right track as a trader when, in this case, it was day trading, when he says, when you sit there for a whole day and you don't do anything because nothing makes your setup, to extrapolate that for swing trading, you're on the right path when you have a couple times where you just sit on your hands and do nothing and then pounce at the right moment. That gets you kind of, I think, the best feel of, right, these are the times to really, really go for it, and these are the times that aren't. And again, right here in the SPY, I don't think this is one of those times. If we start to coil back up and look like we're going to break through new all-time highs, then that's when I'll kind of go from there. So for me, I'm list building right now while we're in here. So I'm just going through and I'm saying, well, this stock looks well, this sector's holding up, that kind of thing, right? You saw my video on Nordstrom. What am I looking at for swing picks? It's going to change day by day for sure. It always does. It's why I'm putting out those Substacks and those videos. But it's really, like I was mentioning, I'm list building right now. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for stocks like Spot. We just looked at Spotify, or no, it was Shop, wasn't it? That actually looks okay too. Shopify. That to me, what was that? We just were looking at something. Was it on the list here? Snap. Duh. That actually doesn't look bad either. Snapchat. So like things like this, that when the market, so we always got to keep in our head. Let's actually just duplicate this here, and let's move this lower. I used to have this set up for a while. Maybe I'll bring it back. We'll take this out. We're going to shrink this. We're going to expand this. We're going to get rid of that. 1 second. I keep forgetting that this is a great way to show relative strength to those who don't really study it as closely as I do. Probably better if you do it on like a... That's a fine way to look at it, I guess. But essentially just, right, the SPY has... It might be better just to demonstrate it the old way. All right, so you take a look at the SPY. We're down, 1, 2, 3 days in a row with nothing really moving on here. Then I look at something like Snapchat, and that's up 3 days in a row and looks like it's potentially going to break out and maybe close above this $16 level. So if we get a close above this $16 level on Snap today, I'm interested in that. That also puts us above an anchored VWAP from this high as well. So there's a lot of things on Snap that look interesting, and I just like the fact that this is up a bit and right, the market is down a bit, and it's not really too much more I have to think about than that. So if this continues and we start to grind higher here, I just want to be involved, and I know where I'm wrong right here, but I need to see how today closes for Snap, and I need to see how today closes for the overall market. So that's a lot of what I'm doing, is that I want to see the market be strong, and then I want to see the individual names be strong. So again, I'm not trading a whole lot. I'm watching a lot. And that's, as a swing trader, again, a lot of what your job will be, I'm going to observe, and then, pounce when there's a moment, right? Kodak, KODK. Yeah, so Kodak's interesting. So this is the trade of the week last week, or maybe this week, and Steve was basically looking for this to pull back. So I do have this on watch as well, and it actually looks like it might be an interesting little area here. If we take, the prior, there's a clear area of resistance that occurred right here, and we're back down to that area. So that's interesting to me to see if maybe an anchored VWAP there as well. If we get a bounce from that area, it might be a good place to take a shot. But yeah, a nice pullback, a little bit sharper than I would like. But if you wanted to take a shot, you could take a shot for sure. I usually like to buy after the pullback. Looking for a bit of a pop higher after a pullback. That's more or less how I like to take a look at it. So that's an interesting, interesting look here for sure. What setup? So this is just TI strength, right? And this is a setup that we've built and we've tested for a long time. There's actually somebody in the trading room that sent me. Still need to go through it. I've just been swamped recently, but he's been monitoring all of the weekly emails that are set out and showed some really, really good data just by taking these names. But the idea is simple, and there's tons and tons and tons of academic study on relative strength and on the idea that by buying the strongest names over the last 6 months to a year and selling the weakest names over the last 6 months to a year, you end up going from there, right? You technically and usually outperform the overall market just by doing nothing else but uh, buying the strongest stuff and selling the weakest stuff, right? And again, my job is to try to not make $1 trillion in the market tomorrow, because that's not how it works. But to have a system in which I make enough outperformance of the market that works to spend my time looking at the markets. So the I use this system again. There's no settings to it. It's just good to go. And I scan through pretty much this entire list each night, just to see what's doing well, what's doing poorly, that kind of thing. ASC is breaking out here a little bit. That's interesting. It's a nice shipping company. But what it's doing is it's going to filter by a series of indicators that we've added. We can't obviously give all of the secret sauce, but the idea is it uses a ranking system. So if the stock is over the 50-day moving average, give it a point. If it's over the 200-day moving average, give it a point. If it's over the MACD is pointing higher, give it a point, so on and so forth. And then just ranks the stocks by whatever number it comes out with. And what you end up getting a lot of is just stocks that are moving from, at least on the daily chart, from the bottom left to the upper right. I heard a lip smack.
That's me.
What's going on, Barry?
Well, what's going on is let's have a go with the go no go, and let's see. And now, first of all, is it when you said in the Slack you said you've only developed it so far for daily, but does that mean anything? I mean, you have a 15-minute chart up and it's showing all the little squiggles. Does it really mean? What do you mean that you've only really developed it for a daily swing or a daily look?
Scanner wise, you can use
Oh,
it
scanner wise.
for
Oh,
anything.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So that's
the
okay.
the indicator will work on any time frame.
Okay.
But yeah, for the scans, then this will for the scans so far, we've only, and the part of the issue is it requires a lot of data. So I'm working to, there'll be some for maybe 15-minute charts soon. And then maybe weekly charts after that. We're doing a bit of a staged rollout, I guess, with this to kind of introduce it, because something I'm super excited for, and I think our viewers will, our people will really, really like. I think so.
Well, okay. So having said that, I mean, if I wanted to look at the stuff that I look at intraday, which in the room, that's what most people are looking at. So, for instance, if you brought up, just out of curiosity, if you typed in RGS on a 15-minute
RGS
and put it on a 15-minute.
Well, first of all, on the daily, right, it's this gap right off the open would have triggered a go condition, and you could see that it was completely uninteresting by the indicator until today.
So
15 minutes actually would be triggering. Hey, take a look at buying it right here. Actually,
so are you saying that little? Okay, I'm going to have to expand your screen a bit so I can really see.
Well, let's break down to the people first what we're looking at. So Go No Go is made by Alex Cole and Tyler Wood, who are both friends, CMTs, chartered market technicians like myself, and Tyler Wood is the managing director of the Chartered Market Technicians, right? So some pretty good pedigree, and obviously guys who have been studying technical analysis for a long time. Now, it was created primarily by Alex, because Alex was doing a lot. He worked with Bloomberg for a long period of time. And what he found a lot at Bloomberg is there was a lot of small fund managers and investment advisors and family offices and all of this, guys who traded off of maybe macro economics and also traded off of fundamentals, right? So they would look at a company's balance sheet and they would say, oh, I really like XYZ company, because it's fundamentally good and this and that and the other thing, right? So there had some fundamental reasons or macro reasons or whatever that they wanted to own the company, but they had no concept of technical analysis or trend or anything like that, right? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to take their ideas of, let's just use a simple example. I think cruise lines are going to, um, I actually read this somewhere. I thought it was funny. I think airplane companies are going to make more money because of Ozempic, because in 5 years, the average American's going to weigh less. Just,
Requiring less fuel. That's
yeah,
hilarious.
just something ridiculous. But
Okay,
right,
why not?
that's the theory they have, right?
Okay.
But these guys, they're then not. They just don't want to take the trade or buy the stock. Then they want some sort of indication on when it's in an uptrend and when it's in a downtrend, and they don't want to study technical analysis, and they don't know which of the 8 million indicators are the best to give them an idea of what trend is or anything like that. So they created this indicator and basically said, okay, well, depending on your time frame, you can just simply wait until the candles turn blue to indicate an uptrend, or pink to indicate a downtrend, or orange is a neutral trend. And wow, they did this without, we're obviously under NDA, so we can't give the exact secret sauce, but kind of like I did with TI Strength, it's a ranking system. So there's a series of indicators, a bunch of them, all of the famous trend indicators we know, moving averages, MACD, momentum, all of these different indicators, and it adds points or removes points based off which of these indicators are showing positive, right? And the idea is that when it reaches a certain threshold and enough of the indicators are saying, yes, this stock is now in an uptrend, the indicator changes your bars from, in this case, we look at DAL right here, from orange, which is neutral, to a light blue, saying that
And
this
I see
is,
light green. No, we had this thing. I see light
yeah,
green, but okay.
well,
Okay, cool.
it is actually cyan. So
Okay. All
that's
right.
blue in the sense. So, yeah, so it's saying that right here on this bar, this was uh, a weak uptrend, but still an uptrend from a neutral to kind of choppy area. This is the moment where it became an uptrend, and then back here you can say this is the moment where it became an uptrend. So if for any other reason you ended up liking DAL for even the ridiculous reason that I gave, maybe you initiate some position on a weak trend, and maybe you add to it on a strong trend, and then maybe you hold this thing till it's no longer in an uptrend, or right, whatever, enough people have taken Ozempic that you think it's now priced in, or whatever the fact is. So that's basically the long of short of it. It's what it's doing is it's taking all of these indicators and putting them together. And then the benefit that they found when they started to actually show this to technicians and to traders is that we've all seen, and you'll definitely agree with me on this, Barry, the people who have an indicator overload on their screen, right? That guy who's got 76 moving averages and like 5 oscillators and Bollinger Bands and linear regressions and like all of these things on his screen at once, right? He has just tons and tons of things. And
Mm-hmm.
then the problem is you're not seeing basic patterns anymore because you got so much shit on your chart that you don't know, right? This indicator is pointing up and that indicator is pointing down and this one's pointing sideways and blah blah. And then you miss that hey, there was just a nice bull flag, or right, there was resistance at a certain number, or something like that, because you just cluttered the shit out of your screen.
Right.
So this is a way to do that without having to worry about cluttering your screen anymore, right? Where you can now focus on the price action and then see whether or not there are enough of these indicators that are pointing in your direction to classify this as an uptrend or a downtrend, or something like that.
So right now, when you look at Delta on a daily, that purple, that I call it purple, pretty deep purple,
Yeah,
that is telling me that it's in a downtrend. I mean, I'm
right.
just looking at a chart. I can see it looks like it's in a downtrend, but
Yeah.
okay.
This is when it turned, light pink is a weak downtrend, and then it bounced a bit and it went orange, which is neutral. So this is your moment where it's kind of saying, okay, this thing is now enough of these indicators are switching from positive to negative, that
Mhm.
it's now saying this thing is moving into a downtrend. So this is probably where, if you were long, you might want to sidestep and wait for it to turn again. Or if you were looking to buy it, maybe say, okay, I'm going to wait. I'm going to ignore that until it becomes an uptrend.
Okay, put RGS up again on a 15-minute. Okay, now that we sort of got the basis
Oh,
behind RGS, not FS, RGS.
yes.
Now you said okay. Now on a 15, of course. So you said, well, this is a buy. So are you literally saying, because of course when I look at RGS on a normal chart, to me it would look way too extended for me to buy it right up right right at the very top there. But are you saying that in theory, I mean nothing is 100%, I get it, but are you saying in theory that they're saying, you know what, you can buy it right now?
Well, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't do that. But what it would do is, why I said that is because I think it was kind of right, maybe 18 or so in that area,
You might be right. Yeah,
um,
I think it probably
18 or
moved
$19.
$2. So we should have bought it, Michael. Right.
Yeah. So the idea was that as it's pulling back here, it's still technically, according to this indicator, in an uptrend, right? It's gone from a very strong uptrend up here to now it's enough of these indicators are crossing down that it's in a weak uptrend. But then when we saw it, this candle turned dark blue again.
Hmm.
So now it's converting back into a strong uptrend. And that's one of the scans that we have here for the daily chart, where if we take a look at Novo, or we take a look at TGTX, right? TGTX has been in a weak uptrend for a number of days. But now on this candle, it's turning into a strong uptrend. So,
Hmm.
just like anything, you don't just use the indicator on its own, but use it, in conjunction with normal price action. So, this thing is breaking out of this area right here. That would be an area to take a look at it, right? Because
Is
now
there
it's
any significance to the little, like I call them, like little? So I've got a straight line up on that last one, and that like a little line to the like the little bump in the line itself, like
this.
that.
That's
Yeah,
just
that
the
thing.
closing. That's just the close. That's the closing
Okay, so
price.
it's got nothing to do with it. It's not an indicator exactly. Okay.
No, no, no. So these are just bar charts as opposed to
Okay.
candlestick charts. So right. So
Okay.
the
Just not.
tick this way is the open, and then it's got the high, low, close. It has all of the same um has all the same functionality of candlestick charts. The problem with using candlestick charts with this indicator is that because it's colored based off the indicators as opposed to the way most candlesticks are colored, which is the high and the low, you don't know what the opening is if you use a
Hmm.
candlestick chart, right? You don't know if it's an up candle or a down candle, because
Right.
it's going to be blue regardless if it's an up candle or a down candle. So we just use this kind of chart instead, right? Um, and this is a
Okay.
very common kind of chart, just not for a
Okay.
lot of the people in our world.
One more time to look at RGS on a 15. Okay,
Yep.
because what I'm trying to determine.
And there's not really much to see here on the 15 because it's just telling you it's an uptrend the whole time.
Well, except what I'm trying to determine, as you say, that okay, you call that a light blue, whatever it looks on my screen,
It
light
is a
green, light
light blue.
blue.
Yes.
So
It is
that is
cyan.
still in an uptrend, but it's a weaker uptrend. But the minute we get that big, strong blue, and now how would we see that? I guess that's the question. I guess, of course, we can put price alerts, right? We can put price alerts on this chart, like our normal price alerts. So for instance, what I
Yeah.
would have
And the
done, then I would have put a price alert at the high of when that weak trend started. Like right there, exactly, right
Mhm.
there. I
Yep.
would have, because this is a stock that we've been following all day long. It's not like, we didn't know about this stock. So if I'd
Yep.
seen this, I would have said, okay, if this is sort of the idea, then I would have put a price alert at the high of the weak trend, and then seeing if it
Yes.
took it out later on.
Yeah, and then that candle, you could look at that candle at that time, and it was probably turning dark blue at that time, right?
Hmm. Yes,
Now, like, look
exactly,
at
exactly.
right, look, and then look at this on a 5 minute chart. It's basically telling you, hey, it's probably time to stay away all through this area
Hmm.
right here. But right, it turned blue at this time, and you could have done the same thing. You could have said, okay, above this weak trend, I'm going to look
Hmm.
to buy it. And if it turns blue, and you got a nice little trade out of it there. And then, yeah, the same thing. You can see this 5 minute candle turn dark blue right here at 1925. So it's now entering a strong trend, and it just kind of keeps you out. I think if there's a main benefit to it, is it's going to keep people out of buying stuff in downtrends even more than it's going to signal
Hmm.
um, what's an uptrend. So one of the things that I'm doing with it personally as a swing trader is just using it as a is a way to scan, and then B is just a rule set, right? I will only buy stocks that are in either weak trends or strong uptrends, right? And then
Hmm.
all of a sudden that eliminates a whole bunch of the universe to me. So this particular scan I have here is stocks that have been in this kind of weak trend for a number of candles. I believe it's at least 3 candles. And then from there, I'm just using, kind of basic technical analysis. So I talked about BJ, but this is actually how I found it. I talked about to everyone why I was in BJ right here.
Right.
And it was the same thing because this came up on the scan of this was in a weak trend for a number of days in a row. So I bought it as it broke on this day. It broke this high. My price alert went off, and it was entering a strong trend. So I bought some there, and then my game plan is my worst case stop is down here, and then I'm going to stay in it until either there's a trend line break or the candles start to switch into neutral or downtrend.
Okay.
And right, if I'm right, it just does something that keeps me kind of on the side of what's going on. And ARM, this arm, this is something I'm watching as well,
Hmm.
where right, it's been really really strong in a strong trend from 120 to 170. Now it's pulling back and it's holding. So if I can get a setup for a number of days and then a push up, then when it converts back into that strong trend, that will be my trade, and then I'll try to
Right.
stay
Yeah, I
with
like
it
that. Okay.
until it
Yeah.
until
Yeah.
it reverses, right? So it's less of a buy because this thing's happened, and it's just more of a filtering mechanism,
Hmm.
um, as opposed to me trying to define trend technically, which for me and for you and people who've been staring at charts for a long period of time is really easy. We can just eyeball it and we can say, oh, that pullback's a little bit too much. I wouldn't consider that a pullback anymore. It's more of a reversal. We kind of we know that in our head.
Right.
New traders don't like saying when is a pullback a too deep and it's no longer just a pullback,
Yeah. Good
a
point.
calm
Good point.
pullback. It's now a downtrend. That's the kind of thing. Because
Right.
there'd be a lot of people that in ARM, they'd probably be considering this area right here a pullback,
Right.
where I wouldn't be interested in this name as well. But when it got back over maybe this area right there, that's where I'm getting interested in again. So at the very most, or at the very least, I think the main benefit to most traders, especially new traders, is just use it as a filtering mechanism, right? I will not buy things in a no-go trend. And that
Hmm.
was the area. Remember, I gave the example of why they built it, for these financial advisors. That was the idea behind it, right? For them, they might be using a weekly chart or longer, but the basic idea is just to say, um, hey, I don't care if you think Delta's going to make a bunch more money because of Ozempic. It's
It's
in a
hilarious.
downtrend right now. Stay the hell away. Or, people like, and things like, we can see the extreme examples with things like Peloton, right?
Hmm.
If you wanted to own Peloton on a weekly chart, it's in a nice uptrend all through this period of time, all the way from $28, and then it switched again at $100. But then there's been no reason to get involved in Peloton at all the way down to $4 or whatever it is now.
Hmm.
So this whole idea of I'm only going to buy things in uptrends, I think works for all time frame, right? You would just pick whatever your time frame is. So if you're someone who trades off like a 2 minute chart, the beauty is this kind of stuff adapts to you, right? So even on
Right.
this 2 minute chart, you could say, "Oh, I like Peloton because it's breaking out here. It's great,
Yeah.
right? Own it, and at this period of time, don't look to buy it. Just come back later."
All right. Okay, Michael, that's good. That gives me, I'm going to start looking at these charts. I'm going to have it on another monitor. Don't worry. Because this is not going to be available maybe next week. You're saying maybe next week. You're hoping for
Maybe
next
next
week.
week. So
Okay.
obviously it's built in. The scans are here, right? So the main scans that we're starting with this is stocks that are turning into new go trends on the daily chart, right? So
Hmm.
this Goss is becoming a new go trend. Nikola, funny enough. Oh no, that must have switched back. Right. NI, you can see it's turning green here. DXJ, which I talked about, which is all of Japan,
Right.
um, right? SFY is turning into, so these pullbacks, which are again the stocks that are in this go trend for a number of days. Again, this is my favorite because I look at these and I just apply basic technical analysis to them. So mRNA looks interesting. It's got a little base here if it breaks out of that base. And then the strengthening ones that are looking for stocks that were in a weak trend on the last bar, but are now in a strong trend on this bar. So,
Okay.
right,
Well,
CCL, right,
I can see then now what you're
CLH.
talking about. Huge server overload, I suppose, to try to do it on the 15 and the 5. With all those like the pullbacks and switch trend and all that, like
Yeah,
everything you're doing on a daily to try to do it even on one intraday time frame, I can see that'll be a lot of computing power.
but if you take, let's just do a new doc channel bar, and let's just do I don't know, our explosive winners.
Hmm.
And then, once you have this, so again, for people, this will be an add on service,
Hmm.
because it's not our IP, right? We didn't invent this. We're licensing it from them. But if we move this into explosive winners, right? There's absolutely nothing wrong with, right
Right.
now. I'm using this as an intraday chart
Right.
in combination with the things that trade ideas already do, right? So there's your RGS and there's your VLCN and all of these. So there's nothing wrong with saying, I'm going to take the indicator and I'm going to get it, because first you have to get it from that channel, because that's just how
Hmm.
we activate it. But now I'm just going to start scanning through these, right? So this
Yep.
CAVL, I don't know if this is something you're interested in, but it just turned into a strong go on the last candle.
Hmm.
The pre-market high and resistance here seems to be right here at kind of 155. So there's
Hmm.
nothing wrong with taking this and combining this with what we do automatically, right? And just taking these same things and NIE, right? It's been in a strong go all day. So this is the kind of thing that I think you look for continuation plays on, right? There's
Hmm.
SMR, which I'm very happy about that I'm in. Um, right. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with, again, taking this and just combining it with the cool things that we already do, and just again using it as a filtering mechanism. I think most traders would make a lot of money if they just, or a lot more money if they just put something like this on and just said,
Hmm.
okay, my rules are I will not get involved in anything that has down, if I'm in something and it turns into a no-go trend, I'm out.
Right.
Or I won't even look to get involved in anything to the long side that's in a no-go trend. I think instantly those traders start to make more money because they're not fighting trends anymore.
Hmm.
They're doing setups like you do, like whole number breaks and things like that,
Yeah.
but they're just making sure that those trends are aligned with kind of what's happening in the real world.
Cool. Well, thank you for that. I'm sure people who are in YouTube are probably mesmerized by this, and hopefully we'll get some good interest. But it helps me a lot because now I'm understanding. I can apply it to my intraday, and just as you say, I mean, I know how to read charts and all that. I've been doing it a long time, but it's just maybe an additional confidence booster. That's all.
Yeah, a
Even for
confirmation.
somebody like myself to sort of say,
And,
I might looking at something, and then I take a look at this indicator and go, you know what, let's stay out of it, and
yeah.
or yes, let's get in it. It's just maybe a confirmation.
And yeah, so then going in the future, the game plan is we're going to take a couple of these additional scans, and yes, we're going to build them for the 5 minute or the 15-minute chart. So the setup that we just saw in that was an RGS. That would be something that we would be able to scan for in real time, where we would take things and say, okay,
Oh, I
uh,
see. Scan and on the change,
yeah,
from that to sort of it's a weak uptrend to a strong uptrend, and scan for that.
yeah, or right, or this thing right here on the 5 minute chart, where this was no go and now it turned into a go trend.
Okay.
So we would pick it up on this candle right here.
Hmm.
Again, the um, it's just a lot of data, right? So what I have to
Yeah.
figure out how to do is A, what are the best ones going to be, and then B, how do I pull in enough data and filter out crap too, right? Because obviously users won't be able to change this, so I have to
Hmm.
do it. So I'm thinking I'm just going to do it on the extreme relative volume, like RGS with
Yeah.
3,000 normal. So if I make something, I'm thinking like a minimum relative volume of like 10 will
Right.
have to be to make it into the system. And then yeah, look for things that are going to a go trend or a no go trend with insane relative volume. And then that might give people a good place to take a look at. Because yeah, this RGS, the more I look at it, you would have seen it on this candle, and then all of a sudden you have a clear resistance right here at
Hmm.
1750 or so. So that would have been a very simple trade: is buy at 1750 and your stops at under this candle at the very least, right?
Michael, I don't want to. Oh, well, I have to interrupt. There's a person named Lenine and I guess really wants to talk to you. So maybe if you can stick around.
Sure, yeah, I can stick around a minute. What?
Okay. So maybe ask your question, Lenine.
And I can always give my email address too if
True.
that if the question is too complex for sure. But
Okay. Let's see if he or she answers. I'm not sure. But that's cool. Yeah. Especially the scanning aspect of it then. Yeah. That is very cool.
well, and that's what separates us apart. So you can find the indicator in other charting platforms. Um, However, right, we are the only ones, like a lot of things, where we shine is not necessarily in charting. It's in the real time scanning and alerting, right?
Of
So
course. All
the
right. He's saying
formula editor
the
is not
formula
working.
editor is not working anymore. That's a pretty,
Well, yes, it is, or the hundreds to thousands of people um, who are using it would have a problem.
hmm.
Well, I
Well,
shouldn't, unless I should check Slack, because yeah, there would be many people who would be having some sort of an issue if the formula editor wasn't working. And
you
I
know
don't see
what,
any mention.
Michael? I mean, you can go, and I'm just going to show him on the screen that it seems to be working.
Yeah,
When I
yeah,
type, oh, okay, so now you're talking about a formula. He's typing greater than equals. It will write that. That's a little bit
well,
different.
hold on, let me just.
Yeah.
we can test that right here, right now. So let's just go to trade ideas, and we'll go to my account here. It's loading in, and view profile, custom formulas, and well, so first of all, if you're seeing this right here, that saying it doesn't know what it is you're talking about. But let's just do price is what, greater than or equal to VWAP. Save.
Unexpected character.
Yeah. Maybe is it equal and greater than? No, that might be a legit bug. So, user guide and overview. Yeah, so that should work. So no, it looks like there is a little error there. So that's fine. So I'll just report that to the powers that be, and I'm sure they'll get that fixed. You could probably do an or for now. So you could do price equals VWAP or price is greater than VWAP.
Partially saved. Same thing.
Yeah, it doesn't like equals.
Mm-hmm.
Equals.
So I like the first equal.
Yeah, so something
or the first
going
double
on.
equal.
All right, well, the dev meeting is going on right now, so I might take off here and pop into that. But yeah, just know that we now know about it, and we'll get it fixed. It's a Windows bug since yesterday. 1 second, I just want to try one more thing. Sorry. Tools. Just wonder if we do it in the actual formula editor inside.
I've never done it the way you did it.
Yeah, so that might be another way. If we go price is greater than or equal to VWAP. No, it's the same thing. Okay. So yeah, I'll first check with Chris because we may already know about it. But if they don't know about it right now, I guarantee you they'll know about it in a few seconds.
As Pepe is just saying, it's a browser-based issue.
Oh, it's a browser issue. So I am willing to bet they know about it, but I will confirm that. So basically, again, if they don't know about it right now, they'll know about it in a minute. But I am willing to bet when I pop into this tech meeting, they're already talking about it. To be honest, if it's that widespread, right? It's one of those. If it's widespread like that, then guaranteed support's gotten a handful of complaints, and we'll take care of it. But again, if they don't know about it, they'll know about it now. So.
All right, Michael. Well, listen, a little overtime for you. I better get back into the other room, and I'll take over the screen. Thanks so much for the
Awesome.
information about Go No Go, and yeah, we'll see you next week.
Awesome. Okay. Talk to you later.
All right, guys. Yeah, a little overtime with Michael. So yeah, Lenine. Yeah, so let me get rid of the announcement. And give me one moment. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a second. Lenine, if you just send info@trade-ideas.com, okay? Talking to Lenine in our YouTube room. And just make sure it says attention, Michael. Okay. Okay. So as Pepe is saying, you should be able to create the formula in the desktop version. No, I do see that. I do see that you're in both rooms. So just send an email to info@trade-ideas.com and attention Michael Noss, okay? And he'll see it, they'll direct it to him, all right? Well, okay, Michael, you can just send it to I don't have Michael's email address, okay, just send it to info@trade I mean, and put the information in, put the formulas in. They'll direct it to him. Okay, there's no problem. It goes into a general email, but we're not like a huge company. So the minute you say attention, Michael Noss, he'll get it. Okay. No. Okay. Well, let me see if I can find. I don't understand what you mean. It's a Holy Grail formula. Okay. Well, okay. Well, let me see if I can find his email, his Trade Ideas email for you. Okay, he's in a meeting right now, so when he answers me, maybe he'll give me the email. Okay. But where are you going to be? How am I going to get you the email? You can be in either room. Okay, either room. Okay, here we go. Hope you're still here. Okay, here is his. No, here's his email address. Okay. I Trade Ideas. I just wasn't sure if it was Michael.Noss, but it is mnoss at trade ideas, trade-ideas.com. So I just posted it in there for you. Okay. All right, guys, what is happening? I did see that the RGLS actually got up to $23. One big wow. Yeah, good luck on that. Now, WYY. Interesting. WYY, probably a low float. Yeah, 7.5 million, 7.4 million in the float. And it hit a high. Didn't see this one at all in the pre-market. It did get up to $4. LSF, haven't seen LSF either today. A lot of these are because the volumes are now just starting to show up. Still not a lot though. Dark blue. Yeah, ZimV has been on a tear. So what Michael and I were doing that's why I went a little overtime, is this go no go that we're going to be introducing. It'll be an add-on, kind of like the Anchored VWAP. And I am the reason being is that it's third party. We're licensing from them. Okay, so it's not that we're trying to. It's not something that we created. And it would probably look well. I know it'll look. This will be what it looks like. Okay, you can have the different time frames, but I can see how if it. In fact, that's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to put a price alert right there. Like blue is the strong trend. Okay. Now, what I see on my screen, maybe you guys see it differently. I see a light green, but Michael claims this is a light blue, but that's okay. But so it's still that's a weaker strong trend. Okay, weaker strong trend. And so if it ever turned blue, if this ever turned blue, that would be a sort of a signification or a potential of getting long. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an alert right there at the top of that candle right there and see if it gets back over there and turns blue. Again, this is not available for you guys yet. Is it really Guardy over $2 now? Last time I saw it was about $1.50, and well, it did get up over another low. Actually, it's not a crazy low float though. 23 million. Aha. Okay. Let's just see what's happened here. So you see what happened right there. Okay. I know it's a little unfair, guys. I know I'm showing you this chart that you don't have yet, but I want to see if there's any. Wow. I mean, this is pretty interesting. Now, the whole idea will be that you'll be able to scan for this. In other words, that break. But right now, it's only daily that he's able to do it for. Okay, I guess it takes a lot of extra server power in order to get the intraday. So I guess we should have shorted Sedge, William. Look at Sedge, SEDG, after that big pull up. And this is the reverse, guys. Okay, so if it's deep purple here, this is obviously a downtrend. This is the change in the trend, that pinkish area. A change, like sort of don't do anything, and then it changes. And again, look, nothing is going to be 100%. Oh, you're long, Sedge. Sorry, I didn't mean to say anything. So as I said to Michael, I mean, sure, I can read charts and all that, but this might be just, an extra layer of confidence seeing something like this. All right, now VLCN, it has that potential look about it, okay? See how I mean, it looks worse on this. I mean, I have a smaller 15-minute chart, it looks a little more congested, but, kind of like the MLGO yesterday. If you can break out of this, area here and, on some volume, we could have a late day run in this one, just because of that silly float. And of course, it still has room. I mean, it got up to 1267 this morning, and the high looking left is 1475 on a daily chart. So, I mean, in theory, it has room, even if it takes out the high of the day. Now, I would not wait for the high of the day necessarily. I'd probably wait for a decent break of 10, maybe 10:30. So I'm going to put an alert there. So as I'm kind of watching this go no go, I'll one last time go over my homepage and the information you can find on it. All right, so there's my homepage link. I just put it in, and at the very top, you'll see a way in which you can take out a subscription using a 15% promo code, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the code that's on my page. That'll really help to keep the rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription, and that helps to keep the rooms free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. 10 short videos covering, well, especially alert windows and top list windows, okay? Well, let's just take a quick look. I mean, it starts off with the download and install, first startup and login, talking about the toolbar and right-clicking on charts and scans and what you'll bring up. But introduction to scans, episode 7, top lists and alert windows, okay? So they're very short, the videos. But I don't think that is what you have to do the very first thing. And Trading 101, if you're new to trading, or maybe looking for either a different take or just a refresher, a series of videos geared for newer traders, okay? Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. Did it trigger? I know it was Kodak. I can't remember what the trigger was. Was it 570? Was it supposed to be 570? It was a trade of the week last week, but it was on a pullback and it didn't hit the pullback price. And then he kept it as a trade of the week this week, and then it was supposed to hit up. Was it 570? Okay, yeah. So it has not triggered. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's sort of a non-event so far. 570. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah. So it did not hit. Well, look at yesterday. There's yesterday's trades, or the high yesterday was 563. Did not hit the 570. That was the trigger. And the education section is here. And then here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, here are the ones that you can actually see. These are the three races, the top three right here. These are the three races right here. The halts resumes, which is super active. And then, if you want a 10-day daily, if you're looking to short things, I mean, 10-day daily breakdowns are good. That's right there, 10-day daily breakdowns. I have the breakouts. These are the 10-day daily breakouts. So I do have other scans on my other monitor. I have two other monitors. This is the momentum monitor that gives a lot of ideas all day long. Now, it's a very active filter, or excuse me, a very active window, okay? But it does give a lot of great ideas all day long, and that's the momentum right there. But I do have other scans that I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at them. And I don't have them up and running, not because they're bad, but I have to pick and choose certain times. Like, you don't want to have so many scans that you're getting alert after alert after alert all day long and you're getting nothing done. I will probably, as an example, I will probably bring back the gap continuation or reverse once we're into earnings season. Which is in about 2 to 3 weeks, I guess. Yeah, well, the VLCN, I'm interested, but look at that spread. Well, it tightened up a bit, but here's Captivision. Haven't seen this one for a while. We saw this one very active a few weeks ago, but here it is, CAPT. Don't like it just because I'm looking left and all these little areas where it could block or be blocked. Meanwhile, NNE is still, wow, what a strong stock. So now I wonder if some of these other analysts are going to come in and put higher price targets on. Benchmark raised it from 15 to 39. I mean, it's almost there. This ENVX is still, it's had a nice pullback, but now let's see if it's starting to turn around. It's below the 10 SMA, so that might be a block. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP is at 1564, so it's well above the VWAP. I guess that was the reason for the big spike up, right, William? Man, my guess is that you probably took advantage of that and shorted some. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. RGS, guys, RGS. I think the VLCN needs a lot more volume to pop it through 10 and keep it there and then get running. Yeah, you see how it's just sort of, getting through 10, underneath 10, through 10, underneath 10. So I'm going to put another alert over 10, but I need a lot of volume. Okay, that's what William just posted regarding Dash. All right, so what time today, William? I'll be taking off in about an hour. Boy, this one's got room. MINM has got room. I mean, the trend is up. It's been very choppy, topping tails and bottoming tails. But, you look left, and 2 days ago, this hit 480, and it's a low float, 1.3 million in the float. All right, so William says he will keep the main room open until around 4. Okay, so when I take off at around 2:30, anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3, William will keep the main room open until 4. Well, the one thing it's doing, MLGO, PO, is that it's trying to break through that 10 SMA, if that's of interest to you. And it's also, yeah, you're right. It's also crossing the 200-day moving average. Okay, out of fun, we're going to see if this turns blue, okay? The next candle, if that can turn actually blue, or not even the next one, maybe even the current one, like a dark blue. I'm just, playing around with this. You see the same thing here. I mean, if this, NNE is still super strong, but if all of a sudden this turns purple, this would be a signal to potentially short. Kind of like that. VKTX, kind of like that. Now this could get interesting. Okay, in this little pattern here, so there's the sear. Yay, Poe. Good for wow, good for you, Poe. Good for you. Come on, you fool. Well, that worked. Well, I know you know, but it's halted now. MLGO is now halted for you. Now, there's your potential open. So right at the halt price. So let's just hope that this number is bigger than that one when it opens. And keep an eye on the VLCN, guys. That could have that big explosion also. I just think we need volume. Like if you look at the volume for VLCN on the 15-minute chart, see how there was a bit of a volume burst right there, but it's just, we just need more volume, I think, to really maintain it over 10 and have it run. I may be wrong. This may be enough, but so this is traded the float. Wow, 100 times. A 100 times, guys. We have 250,000. Maybe it's 350,000. I don't know. But whatever it is, that has turned the float over many, many, many times today. Ooh, this one is a good one now. Look at GRAL now. So this is again, Charter Trading is GRAL, a spin-off from Illumina. Okay. And it's still down for the day, but look what's happened. It got off that bottom of 1540 or so, and now it's 17, and it just got halted. GRAL and RGS over 20. Boy, a lot happening. Meanwhile, ZIMV just made a new high. ZIMV just made a new high. ZIMV. Yeah, RGS, it's moving. Absolutely, is it moving? I'm really, really thinking that if VLCN gets any sort of volume and it pops through 10, this could have that late dayer look, or has that late dayer look to me anyway. He's just kind of chopping around right now. Okay, Poe, yes. Okay, it's above. So you had your halt to the upside and it resumed above the halt price for a while anyway. Okay, you must be out now. You said a stop below 16 and that's okay. You did really well on it, I think. What a way to make money, right? Well, you would have had to have, I mean, based on your stop, you would have had a wider stop then, but maybe not. I mean, 15, it's hard to really know what's going to happen. Listen, I mean, if it takes out 1650 again, but I'm telling you, that VLCN is what I'm really, really interested in. Thing is, I mean, I've got to be very quick because it could explode, but I need volume. I need some volume. Oh man, 990. I mean, the spread is not good right now. 995, 1010. All right, guys. What? Okay, well, I had a weird message when I tried to buy it, and I didn't get it, which is, I guess, a good thing. But I had a very weird message. No, 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 no. Not regarding the affiliate thing. No. Ugh, I'm glad I didn't get it. Oh, my screen is blurry. Well, you're in high definition, right? When you're in YouTube, you've selected high definition. Nothing I can do on my end, really. There's nothing. Yeah, there's no setting on my end that I can do anything. No, Nolani. Yeah, I mean, on this one, the volume really didn't come in. I mean, you'd need a volume. You'd need some volume, like over a million shares, I think. And the 15-minute, like this one right there, we're not getting the volume. You see, this is what I see on my, well, you can't see, but this is what I see on my end, YouTube. And of course, it looks great from my end, not blurry at all. So I don't know what you're seeing on your end exactly, Nolani. Yeah, it looks like they're all failing at the same time now. The RGS and the VLCN and the MLGO failing. In other words, not they're all of them seem to be moving down now. All right, how did Grail do? GRAL. So it popped up and then it moved back down. Well, you know what? I guess I was kind of wrong about the CCL. It remained pretty strong all day. Earnings play. Saw this in the pre-market. Popped up to 17. Thought that might be it, but it's still pretty strong. How was RCL doing? I'm sure RCL. Yeah, look at RCL, guys. All-time high. Remember, I do remember when this was happening. Man, that's a nice move though from the bottom there, 144 to 160. So this is an all-time high now for RCL. And then NCLH is really lagging, I believe. When you look at the all-time high, yeah, look at that. Its lifetime range is like in like red, 19%. So RCL is just and CCL I think is somewhere in the middle. No, CCL is way down also. I mean, it's really then RCL is just a monster. And let's take a look at Viking. I know it's slightly different. They just do river cruises, but nobody's talking anymore about U.S. Steel being bought by, well, I guess that's completely over. Nippon Steel. Yeah, to me, the only one that might have a shot is still that MLGO. It's not, hasn't pulled back that much. At the big bottoming tail, sellers knocked it down to 1450. Buyers are still, they're in control. All these bottoming tails, sellers have really been trying to knock it down, but the buyers are closing it higher most of the time. All right, guys, I'm not seeing too much right now. EPAC is an earnings play. EPAC is an earnings play. Really haven't looked at it too much. Had a nice pop up, then a pretty orderly drop, trying to recover again over the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Well, RSI is a data point, right? It's not mandatory to use any unit at all. Okay, but I would probably use dollars. Yeah, dollars. I mean, RSI is a data point with, but it's not mandatory. But RSI is a data point, so I would use dollars, I guess. Question in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, 2 o'clock now, so I've got about half an hour left. Good time to ask questions if you have any. Yeah, the units is, I mean, it's, I mean, you can use it, of course. I mean, you can fill it in, but it's not mandatory. It'll have no bearing whatsoever on the formula. MDIA. Okay, let's take a look at MDIA on the move. Yes, it is. Now, why am I not seeing it? I can tell you why. So the relative volume is only 0.17 and it's not very much volume. So that's why I'm not seeing it. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it'll never appear in any of my scans. But interesting. I mean, it's above the high of last week. And then the next high looking left is 555. So, I mean, yeah, it's got room. If the volume can, I mean, I guess the volume is starting to come in a little bit. I would just need more volume for me personally, but definitely on the move. It's a good move though for only on that volume. That's a good move for MDIA with that low volume and the low relative volume. Now it's probably being skewed, I can tell you, by a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, it had 11.95 million, and then these ones over here. So Jamie is in tomorrow. Well, as far as I know, unless he tells me he isn't, but yeah, Jamie should be in tomorrow. Question in the YouTube room. All right. Well, so much for the Goldman upgrade for a firm today, anyway. I mean, I know it's a longer term approach, but Goldman upgraded these guys, I think, to $42. I think that was yesterday. That was I think the big reason for the move yesterday. So a firm touched the 200-day moving average this morning and has come off it, 32.66. So it has come off it a little bit. Well, if you have one day huge volume, say, one day 100 million shares, and really it only trades usually, so that will really affect the relative volume if it doesn't, get anywhere close to 100 million shares, even 50 million or 20 million. Let's say it trades 100 million shares yesterday. Okay, I'm just making a number up, doesn't matter what stock. And then today it's only trading 100,000 shares. Well, the relative volume, remember what it's based on, it's looking back. So today's volume of 100,000 pales to yesterday's 100 million. That's what I mean. Just using those numbers as an example. Yeah, well, the volume MDIA. I mean, I don't know 100%. I'm not going to look at the formula. But it's a low relative volume of 0.17. And I think what happened here is that this week, see, it hardly trades. But 2 weeks ago, it did trade 11.9 million shares. It hardly trades. So but it's looking back and seeing this and comparing it to what's happening now. That's why you'll see some really wild numbers at the beginning of the day. Some stock that doesn't trade very much, and all of a sudden, it's trading 1 million shares. You'll see a relative volume of like huge, could be 10,000. I was going to take this SEER, and I didn't. The CERE. I was going to take it, but I just didn't do it. All right, guys, really not seeing too much that I'm interested in. I don't think, I just have this feeling the VLCN is not going to really pop through 10 and go. I don't have that feeling I had about, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. I thought it might. BitDeer, okay, BTDR. Yeah, like a lot of the Bitcoin. Actually, this has been pretty darn good, hasn't it? It really hasn't fallen like the rest of the. Yeah, I was going to say maybe it isn't, but the rest of the cryptos, it generates its income through its proprietary mining data centers, headquartered in Singapore. Okay, but keep that chart, daily chart in mind, and look at Bitcoin, IBIT. And look what happened here. It's had a decent day today, but definitely BTDR did not do anything like Bitcoin. Yeah. Meanwhile, you're right. The SPY, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost an hour and 15 straight up. Look at that bottoming tail. Anybody talking at 2 o'clock? I think there might have been somebody talking at 2 o'clock. Uh, 2:15 Bowman talks, unless he's talking earlier. So one of the Fed presidents. Okay. So Bowman, I have it listed at 2:15, but maybe he's already talking. Whoa, MLGO now. Yeah, but maybe by not discussing monetary policy, people will read into that. I'm kidding, of course. Okay, guys, I have about 15 minutes left. So if you have any questions, okay, guys, I think I'll put myself on. Well, maybe I won't. I mean, I have 15 minutes left. I have really not. I mean, the sear, I wish I had taken the sear short. Looking at, maybe an EPAC long, EPAC. I'm maybe looking at an EPAC long. Going against the grain a little bit here. It's still negative for the day, but it is holding that 10 SMA, over the 10 SMA. It's an earnings play. Ah, I'm not in it. All right, guys, 10 minutes. Questions? Spec pop. Okay. My guess is under, well, definitely under a dollar. And then is it under 50 cents? No, it's not under 50 cents. A lot of volume coming in. Give you that. A lot of volume coming in. Mentioned Minim just a little while ago, guys. I mean, it's making a little bit of a move. I mean, it's at the high of the day, very close to the high of the day. The only reason to watch it is because 2 days ago it got up to 480. Well, this may bounce at some point, maybe tomorrow or the day after. But boy, this is just still moving down. SEDG. The other one I was sort of watching, but it has fallen down also. LRHC from the highs up here. 337 down to under 2. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, guys, the only one that might have a chance at doing something later is RGS. Well, there are others, of course, but RGS maybe. Trend is still up. Trend is still up, but takes out 20, it might get going. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. I think I'll just head out now. Okay, if there are questions, I'll hang around for another minute in case somebody has a question. Otherwise, I think I'll just head out now. Thanks for all the help, as usual. What I'll do now is I'll put the main room link into YouTube. And the main room will be open till about 4 o'clock. Aha, EPAC. See, this is what I was looking at, guys, right here. I was looking at this little move here. So this is a strong trend on a stock. This is, how we might look at playing bounce plays. When it's a strong trend, even though the stock is down, of course, of the day. And that would just be the flip of SEER. Strong downtrend. We had a mild uptrend, and then the downtrend continued. Is it really? Is LTBR a nuclear play? Thank you, Rob. I did not realize that. Nuclear fuel technology. Okay, yeah. Which you are. And it's a low float, 13.6 million in the float. NNE is, I think, about 15 million. So what they need, though, is news, right? Some news about it. Good one, though. Yeah. You're welcome, Brooke. Okay, guys, don't see any questions. So again, thanks for all the help today. I'll get back on the mic at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And now I must shut down the YouTubers